Okay, it says the stream is live. That's how still sick today. We're going to be working on porting some of the Bevy Granite editor to 0.16. So I've done most of the work over the day since it's been released. I think it was released on Wednesday. So it's already compiling in 0.16. It's just got some like weird ass bugs that are because of like I've taken someone else's code base and ported it, and I haven't done the best job because like I was just trying to get it to work rather than trying to like change how entire sections are functioning. So we'll find out, I guess, what it takes to get it to like 0.16. Don't think this stuff's important. There's like test stuff. I don't know what that was doing. I think I was just crashing on something. Go back to the Git. I did write to the person about what needed to happen at least before we get to 0.16. What the fuck? Which one of these is it? This one. There's some kind of resolve conflict that we need to do, which is weird. I don't know what happened with that. Can we fetch the origin, please? Interesting. Bring my changes because that fixes a crash. Oh, okay. That's just wrong. None of that stuff should be in there, which means that someone has tweaked the Git ignorer. Interesting. Shortcut. I don't know Git well enough to know if I can fix this. Is it here? Git. This is my voxel, so we're not in that today. So somewhere the trick is to delete this and do this because we just called despawn. We don't need to call despawn recursive. I don't like that they're doing input, but it's a personal preference thing, I think, more than anything. Interesting. Should go back to my branch. I don't know how they've done it's the thing, because again I don't understand Git well enough to be able to do this properly. How do I get to my version? I want to rebase mine onto theirs, in that this is from my fork. Yeah, my fork only has one branch. Yeah, I think that's fine. Because I think what's happening is that they've rebased where my fork is pointing, not where this commit would go. Yeah, so we would commit to dev. Which, didn't they just change it to 16? Yeah, there we go. Right. This branch has conflicts that must be resolved. But how do I view those conflicts? Because I don't get it. I bet those conflicts are in that the dev branch isn't going to have the fixed features. All right. I need to go change the stream. gonna tweak it so that YouTube stops yelling at me that I'm outputting the wrong video format. Settings. Oh, video. Oh, okay. I can't change the settings while it's outputting. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Now, what did I say needed to be ported? So Gizmo's added the main character. So I think we need to move that to main, which is I have something that's like ignore an editor or something. Like there's a thing somewhere. Wait a second. That doesn't. Interesting. How did I break that? Like I'm like 90% sure that that was literally working. Like, oh, because I've gone to here. No, we have to go back to my main. Bring my changes. See, the issue is that I think I have to rebase my commit, but it's going to cause issues because my commit's not. I don't know. How do I get you to mark it as resolved? Alright, I need to remember that this happened though, because where is this? This is in input shortcuts. I want to bring my changes. Fine. What? It is resolved though. Resolve. I have resolved it. What? Is that right? Okay. Is it resolved now? Or do I get to bring my merge across? Is this a thing now? Can I go back to here and bring my changes? Hey, okay. So, goddamn, I broke it again. Exit. Resolve in merge editor. Okay. Complete. Thank you. So I have to find the get ignore. I need to go somewhere down here. We're ignoring, yeah, assets. So why the hell are you trying to? These shouldn't exist. Fixed crash. I went and key. Okay. Causing issues and it annoys me. Okay. What do I need to fix? My brain is so fucking asleep today. So gizmos. Okay. Right, so you have to come up with some kind of way of being like ignore, and I'm pretty sure I've got an ignore. Editor ignore. So I want to move this to core, except it's annoying because it's an editor thing that I'd have to put in core. Because the way the crates are stacked, core is the only way to have access to something in everything. And it's like, but it's not specific to core, it's an editor thing. But anyway, we're going to move it to core because it... So we're just going to cut that, delete that. The core... Does assets entities shared? Okay. World? Maybe here. Asset plugin entity plugin. I want to say it's an entity thing. So I reckon entity is maybe the right place for it. Alright, we'll just put it right at the bottom. Gonna add a new dependency, which is bit flags. That. Do we get Yep. Okay. Yeah. Except this is going to be a bit flags. Bit flag. Struct. They should probably just call it editor flags, but we're gonna call it editor ignore, and then that's not how you do this apparently. It needs to derive from a type, doesn't it? We'll just say with the U size. It needs to derive component and default, I guess. So const gizmo. Which equals, I guess, 1. So picking to const 30 can equal 3. So the idea is that we probably call it something better, but 30 is going to be like when we serialize. If you say ignore serialize, then it's gonna. Oh, how did it suggest doing it? So the idea being that if it's got ignore serialize, just don't serialize it, because ignore it. I like making it just like a single thing because it means I don't have to have like lots of components everywhere doing different things. So then we go back to what does it say? Gizmo. Input. Change gizmo. Ooh. Drag mod. Duplicate mod. Manager. Handle entity selection mod. Ray cursor. I don't know what you're doing. Somewhere. Hit type. There is definitely somewhere where I was just ignoring. I don't think it's in the editor because I think I needed access to it in the gizmo. It's probably this gizmo manager. Gizmo event. Gizmo changed watcher. Does it look like this? Actually, technically. What we should probably do is, first up, yeah, you need the okay, Bevy Garnet core editor ignore. So to go back to core and make sure that we actually expose that wherever we expose. So expose that like that, so the other crate can get access to it. Then we go down here and we say, okay, so you have an editor ignore, and you also need an on add. I mean, technically, you could probably just equal. That's difficult. Okay, that's because it doesn't. Somewhere I'm missing something. Component. Self. What? Okay, we go down here, we are import Gizmo off on add, and then we go self. Oh wait, we need to go. It's not, it doesn't take self. Why do you always default to this? This is not correct. This is world, which is the third. World. In context talk. Okay, so we say let ignore echo world dot I get mute s dot dot expect editor ignore is required component. Okay, then we say ignore dot. What have I done wrong? Why is my IDE not working? Did I not import this? And I probably didn't import this either. Okay. Dot union insert editor ignore gizmo picking. Well, probably both. Probably both. Gizmo. Okay, that. World needs to be world. Expected one argument. Oh, can we leave the entity? C tier start entity. Okay. So when we insert a gizmo, we tell the They're like, just ignore the editor. That should work. Let's see what that thing was. Someone. Okay, so they merged it into the 16 branch. Okay. So I should probably rebase mine to the 016 branch then. So how do I do that? So I assume we go to my fork and we just like rebase somehow. So so how do I if it's fork for the, how do I change where the fork comes from though? That's the real question. How do I do this? I don't know. Get how do I do this? Somewhere. Can I do it maybe in here? Choose a branch to merge into main. Okay, yeah, can we do that? Do that. No, that seems like a bad idea. How do I... Let's restart gap. There's gotta be some kind of way. To rebase my thing. I mean, that would probably work. So it doesn't like whatever I did here. So let's just get rid of this. So it's just adding the new thing, and then we can resolve that. Yep, complete. We get this one. What do we do here? Oh god, look at nose head. So somehow it's added a second one, maybe? I don't know. What do you mean now? Maybe? I don't know. I think I kind of broke something, didn't I? That's fine. Go here and go, what's going on? So again, somehow I've ended up with my git ignore not ignoring. It's fun. Thank you. Please ignore assets folder. What broke? Not a resource. Okay, well I broke something in here then. Go here. You've resource, you're just the wrong type of resource. What? Okay, oh, fine. We're just gonna go with resource like that. My guess is that they've broken the TOML and gone back to an old Bevy version, maybe? In the here. Yep. They broke that because this is the 16 port apparently, but which is kind of funny. Don't touch that. Don't touch that. I think it should fix everything, maybe. So we're just gonna say, I don't want to push upstream. How do I make my fucking fork the right version? I have no idea. How do I make a fork of this branch? How? How do I pull in this branch though? I don't know how to use git, this problem. Maybe I just delete mine? Oh. So I'm just gonna delete my fork and start again. How do I delete my fork? I can probably delete that branch. How do I do this though? How do I just go to like my repositories and I just want to delete the fork, please, please. No wait, be here, be settings, branches, general. Oh. Yes, cookie. Done. Okay. And then we go back to the back. Yeah. And we go, hey, can we like fork this? Okay. That should hopefully work now. Now I can go back to like here and we'll like... Right, then we want to go, you do that. Right, I have to commit these first, don't I? God damn it. Sure. So, if I... Stash those changes, do this. Then we just have to work out what the fuck's going wrong here. Sure, apparently... To be honest, that one's probably the better one to keep because it's got less specifics on it. Right. So, complete. Okay, then we go here, we go, hey. All right, so is that gonna work? I do not know. So first off, let's see if it still compiles, because I feel like when they did that, they broke a lot of the compiling. Because they merged the my 0.16 changes into the dev build, which is actually the 0.14 version or something. Like, I'd made changes to something. Okay, it compiles. That's good. Right, so now we need to find this no editor ignore, this one. Okay, so this can be editor ignore thinking. And it's a different editor ignore. It's Bevy Granite core. Did you eat my editor ignore? God damn it. Alright, so we have to go back to core and work out why the hell. So lib. Editor ignore. And so you're saying edited ignore doesn't exist because we've got a mod. Just, oh, we stashed these changes, didn't we? Stash. Restore. Okay. Discard those changes. Restore these changes. Okay. Doesn't like that. And doesn't like that. You added bit flags, and you added the actual bit flags, and we go here, we go, okay. Let's just discard both of these because I can't be bothered. And then we go, okay. So, you have a problem because there's the editor ignore. Right. Oh. Where did it go? Did I not just put this back? Mod. What are you? You're... No, don't save. Yeah, so it's right there. Did it ignore? Okay, okay. Then we go back to our gizmo. Camera, maybe? I don't know. So instead of being with editor ignore, we're just going to grab the editor ignore. We'll grab the editor ignore. And then this is handle entity selection, so ignore. So if it's an error, continue. If it's okay to ignore, and then we say if to ignore dot contains editor ignore picking. Return. Okay. Still don't know what the zero entity is that keeps getting clicked all the time, but yeah. So that should work like that. I still don't know how to make the main camera work, because the issue with the main camera is when we are the main camera, it causes issues, because you can put the gizmo on the main camera, and then you can see the gizmo. But anyway, let's see if this actually still doesn't do the picking like we want. We have to go to gizmo and remove picking as well. So yeah. I don't know why you show up twice. Okay, that should work. Okay, so we can select you and turn your gizmo on, but we can't select. Oh no. Right. Right. And you're just doing what I think you're doing. You're just adding more and more gizmo. How did you end up with 2 transform gizmos today? I'm not despawning the gizmo. That's what's happening there. Well, that's fun. Okay. Oh, they went away then. When I changed what gizmo I had selected, like when I changed the rotation gizmo. The rotation gizmo seems to work. It just alternates back and forth. I didn't like that. Because the rotate gizmo actually works. Right, which means that there's something I'm doing in the transform gizmo that's not calling like gizmo remove or something. Which is kind of funny, but that's supposed to work. Okay. Interesting. So when you click off of it, oh no, it didn't like that either. Okay. What is doing this? I think this is the bug that I was trying to fix before. Yeah, you're panicking, but where am I in the terms of the code? Run main. Okay. What exactly is going wrong here? So what I'm clicking is so somehow the gizmo bits are being selectable, which is you know what, the transform gizmo doesn't work anything like the scale gizmo, because I did the rotation gizmo, because I did the rotation gizmo like myself and did all the implementation of the ported across because it was not working. So it very much does things very differently. So I think the biggest trick with that somewhere I attach the like a gizmo of, and then parent. Like, and then they do that, and that's what's causing the issues here. Is when we spawn in the this one, axis lines. That's interesting. So the drag, when we handle it, drag is descendant. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so gizmo. Spawn transform gizmo. So this is the gizmo entity. Somewhere parent here. Okay. So spawn transform visibility and then gizmo of parent. Right, and then I don't know why you're doing it that way, but okay. Build gizmo sphere, build axes, cylinder. Okay, axes, XYZ. Right. Build gizmo sphere. Alright, so let's go to you, except we need to pass in parent. 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 And parent. I feel like this is something that should be saved as a mesh. Right. So when we say gizmo sphere, we need to say root, which is entity. Then we say gizmo of root. Like that. That's the old way of doing that. We're going to say command.spawn your child of parent. So you just get this. Get this. I don't know why you decided to put that on its own insert line, but let's do that. Keep the comment. So actually what we can do to make this even more interesting is we go here. Render layer 14. So surely I can go gizmo of and say require render layer. Import render. Okay. So now we don't need to do that on every single gizmo. So can we like search the entire thing for all instances of render layer 14 and go, hey, what is this? This is the UI camera. Okay, we won't touch that one for now. As a gizmo camera, right? Oh, because that's adding to the actual camera. That's that one. Alright, so I reckon we go to this. Go to this. See if a gizmo of, you have a gizmo of, you have a gizmo of. Okay. So child of parent. Replace this with gizmo. Gizmo of root. I don't think you actually have that, but you know. Same with you. And you need root. which is entity. Right. So that should fix all of that stuff. Except, yeah, your gizmo off. Now. Gizmo axes. I think gizmo axes. This is a bit weird. Like, I don't know why you pass in axes and then immediately convert to gizmo axes. Like, why not do this? Same with you. But you already do that with you. Alright. So is there a reason we don't say B or Z? Y. Nope, no. What the fuck key combination am I pressing? My brain just keeps hitting it, whatever it is. Okay, X, okay. So, interesting. It gives me axes all, parent. I don't know what this parent 2 does, but anyway. Entity, so you should just be a child of. Yep. Child of parent. Like that, and then we can get rid of this, whatever this thing is. So spawn you in, we insert name, transform gizmo, parent. Okay. So you're complaining about something down here. Right. That's why you're passing an axis like you're passing an axis. So why don't we do you and go import to import gizmo axes to vec3. So two. Oh, fuck off. It's gonna not recognize it now. 2. Come on. Oh, so close. Vec3. Okay. Because then we can just say axes dot to vec3. Up to vec3. And then that fixes that weird thing. Okay. Lovely. Lovely. Alright, so we're gonna need to add the observe thing, but for now that'll work. So the drag probably needs to be handled input. Ooh. Interesting. Reset. Selection query. Okay, next. Oh god. Transform query dot get. What? Okay. This is weird. So let's make the new pub fn drag gizmo drag transform gizmo. Right. So then this is going to be a trigger. So event, trigger. Pointer, drag. We have to go to like the rotate gizmo and be like, how the hell did I do this? This is test click. This does nothing. Debug, handle, rotate, dragging. Interesting. Interesting. What the hell was I doing? I was fucking crude. Alright, let's just take all of this because I'm pretty sure we'll need all of the same stuff before doing that. Okay, so event targets, and then it says like gizmo of. Okay, then set the camera query because we need the camera. Sure. Okay. We'll probably end up doing that after. With the rotation, I did rotation first. The free rotate first because it was easier. And it was also the only rotation that was working. Okay, so then objects, which is transform with... Okay. That should work fine. And then gizmo snap. Okay. Selected. And selected gizmo. Interesting. Okay. Local. Right. So how does this work? Oh, we also need... We need the ignore, don't we? Maybe. No, actually, no, we don't, because we don't ignore gizmos. So, when you've clicked, what do we do? Remember how we had it set up? So, we worked out some kind of scale, we worked out what axes it was on. That was to make it, like take generics. So, the free rotation speed, right. So I should probably be actually looking inside of drag. So this is handle, transform, drag. Drag ended return. So something, 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 something. Gizmo. Distance speed. Okay, so speed equal gizmo selected dot brain dot distance scale times what would be multiplying by? You're multiplying speed. Okay. So that's selected distance scale times selected. You just timed it by 0.9. It's a bit like why just select it and immediately scale by? Okay, yeah. So then you get the selected at the end, and we say camera transform, and gizmo and some mouse to world delta. Okay, this is some kind of function. To be honest, I don't think this is going to be any help because I'm doing it with observers instead of running it every frame. So I'm just going to go with what I think it needs to do, which is we need to know what gizmo we are. Do we not have access to gizmo? Gizmo snap. so we need the actual gizmo data, I guess, and then we're going to query yeah, the gizmo axes. With that, and then we say, oh, which actually is probably where the generic key didn't need to be. So we're going to say let okay axes equals gizmo data dot get, and then event dot target else return. We're going to also log an editor, a warning, an input gizmo axis not found for entity or gizmo. Okay, so that means that when I need to be in local and also vec2. What? No, import vec2 from the math. Did I not get local? Okay. Import that and also import gizmo. Alright, so what's the hell is underscore let mute accrue? Okay, no, okay, so let or different accrue plus equals event dot delta, right? And then if accrued dot xn is less than gizmo snap dot translation value or accrued dot y and accrued dot y is less than gizmo snap dot translation value return. Yeah, okay. Then we want to, I guess, just match accrue, match axes. Makes gizmo axes none. Just returns. Oh god. Right, we need the snap code. Snap rotation. So really I should make this its own thing and just call it gizmo snap, but anyway. Red card? Okay. Gizmo. Call it gizmo snap. I don't know, red card. Outside of it just being kind of bad. I should probably check what they keep pushing on GitHub because I don't actually know. So what I want to do is I want to go let x underscore delta move equals gizmo snap. The value is accrued.x and the snap is gizmo snap translation value, and then do the same with the y, and then accrued equals vec 0. I don't know if this is the best way of doing it, but it's definitely my way of doing it. Is I just reset it to 0 once I use it. Why can't I call gizmo snap? Oh, because I've probably called it gizmo, yeah. Okay, snap gizmo. that gizmo. All right, so we pass that in, and then we say, hey, match the axes, and then the rest of the things are missing. So we're going to say everything else is log. That's the wrong kind of log. Critical input axes not implement. I need my phone if I can cooperate here. So just log everything else is not implemented. And we implement just the x-axis. So gizmo axis x, and we do some fancy logic. Now, the issue with the drag is we do, I think, need to somehow compensate drag into being camera related, which is what that camera thing's about. How did they do that? So they worked out some kind of drag local or something. Translation dragging selection camera transform. Okay, and then we say normal plane. So world delta is mouse to world delta, which takes in the cursor's position, the drag state initial cursor position, which is just going to give us the delta, camera transform, and the plane normal. Okay, so let's look at how this actually works. So, yep, as expected, the delta is just the difference between the two, which is our accumulated value. And then if cursor delta equals 0, return 0, okay. And then camera right, okay, which is just raw world delta is camera right times the x plus camera. Okay, I don't know how that works, but okay. And then if let some plane normal to be honest, I think that actually might just be right. Half the, so I think we just want this bit. Except maybe not. Maybe. All we want is the magnitude. we could definitely do that. Actually, that might be the smarter way. I don't know, because it'll be like maybe it depends on feel kind of thing. We can go. I'm gonna say Z move because I like doing this. I think it's funny. Equals snap gizmo accrued dot length, like that. So it's gonna ignore x and y, and we're just gonna purely work on z for now, assuming that z is correct. So what we do is we say we should also say and it's late. Okay, so basically if either axis is less than and the total length is less than, right, then we say here we go, because I don't think it matters what axis the camera's on, or it does, because we need to somehow work out the scale, I think. Maybe not though. I think we will, but we'll work on that later. We'll work on that if it's important. So what we need to do is like let target equal targets dot root ancestor. Now, R is relationship. So in theory, I can say root ancestor, and then we can say event.target, right? And then the ancestor that we're iterating is gizmo. I think that actually works, because the relationship is this. Is that what I did with you? I'm not entirely sure. Somehow. Oh, never mind. It's kind of funny, but also, yeah. The gizmo of all point to the same spot, so. To be honest, we should probably get else log error input gizmo target not found for entity. Okay, except you're an okay, like this, right? So if let okay of return. Okay. So when we say X, we can just say yep, let target transform objects get. So with objects, and then we get these get targets. Target is a update, and then else error gizmo target transform not for entity. Okay. And then we short. Except we want it to be z move times speed. Okay. So why can't I get target? Oh, gizmo of gizmo of target. Cool. I have to dereference it because, of course. Oop, that's the wrong time. Yeah. Okay. I have no idea if this is going to work. Okay. Lovely. So this means if we grab the X move, we move along the X axis. Okay. Yeah, too many arguments. We'll work on that. So we want to go to gizmo, and when we spawn in the despawn transform. This is the gizmo sphere, which we're not going to do for now, and then this is the gizmo other gizmo, and we're going to say dot observe, which is going to use super drag drag transform gizmo. Like that, and we have to put it on you as well, because apparently it's the same object. Actually, you're a child parent. You're also a child parent. What I should be doing? Are you the pointy one, or are you the not pointy one? Trans line length. Okay. I think you're the cone on top, because I think. Maybe not. Mesh arrow. Okay, right. So can I do something like dot child, and then I don't know if that's gonna work. Except I need it to be one fucking thing. So why? Okay. Nope. There, comma. And you go away, and I think we need extra parentheses there. Okay, except it's not commands.spawn, it's just this, which means we get rid of that parentheses in. Okay. Okay, so mismatched expected. This is with child then, because child is a bundle. So then we stick all this stuff on, and then this might be the wrong spot now. And I think your rotation gets to stay nothing, but I think your transform is probably right, maybe. Actually, no, I think you're just... We'll see. This is going to be wrong, but more in the sense that now the arrow head is a child of the arrow, so when it rotates the parent, it'll rotate the arrow into the right spot, so the arrow doesn't actually need to be offset by the axes, which is all fine. Gizmo root, yes, Gizmo root, child of. Okay, so the idea with that is that the observer means that when we click on you, it should hit your observer. I think that's how that works. I'm not entirely sure. We'll find out. So let's compile this and see if this actually runs. We should also maybe disable the handle transform input. Can I just return here? And I also want to return here. I have no idea what the other person's doing, so for all I know, I'm really fucking with their shit by messing with my shit. But doing this all with observers is just like so much cleaner of a way to do this without having to fuck around trying to do all this shit. Okay, return here. Okay. I should also not have that be in the console, but anyway. Okay, so when I click you, it crashed immediately. Okay, why did you crash immediately? Has duplicate component child of. Okay. Right, because I, no. Somehow I inserted child of twice. Child. Because I'm giving you a child of while with child, which I'm assuming with child is, yeah, so you add child of to the bundle, so that would explain why you got a duplicate child of. It's kind of funny. Alright, so does it crash? No. Okay, so as I said, the arrows are in the wrong spot, the rotation's all wrong now, but that's because I've done something. It's actually, by looking at that, the line that's in the wrong spot, which is kind of funny. Like, for whatever reason, the arrow is in the right spot. But where did I put the arrow? Why did the... Here's my... So, because this is arrow mesh, material clone, so the arrows are in the right spot. Which even more bizarrely, because XXX, is that the arrow should not be in the right spot. Because the arrow out of all of them is the one that I'm moving wrong. So I don't get that one. Anyway, where am I putting you? I mean, that also makes sense in it. Like, shouldn't you not move? Your child parent. I don't get that one. That makes zero sense. Let's go have a look what they're doing on Git while we're waiting, because what's happening here? Apparently nothing. Okay, well that's all I care about. because what the hell did it email me about then? I think my phone is just going crazy. Right. They just replied saying that they've moved it all into the 8.16 branch, which just broke everything for me, but you know. Right. Right. So, did I rerun it? I did rerun it because it helped things open. So we only open the move gizmo. Okay. So what we've learned is that first off, let's go to your position as well. I have a feeling that they've got that backwards and that the one that they've... Oh no, this is arrow mesh and cone mesh, which means I've got it backwards. Hilarious. Anyway, so, I mean, theoretically they should be identical, right? Like it's no... Yeah, so all we need to do is go, you're the cone mesh, and you're the arrow mesh, and I don't know why we're creating a new mesh every time, but we'll work on that. Yep, okay, so now that we've flipped that around, the arrow mesh is the straight mesh, so the arrow mesh I think is the one that needs to be moved overly big. You don't even need to be moved by that, we just need to be the transpose length times 0. And I don't even think that you're just vec 3. I want to say why that's by that, because something tells me that the cone's probably pointing up. Oh, right. Like, something tells me why is the direction I want to move that cone, because then we move it and then we rotate it, which means we don't actually have to care what axis we're in. Oh, nope, I can't see shit now. No. I don't know how it does it. I think what happens is you zoom past 0 and then it gets faster and faster because it slows down as you get closer and closer to 0. And then as soon as you pass through 0, it gets faster and faster or something. I don't know. You definitely can't zoom back past, that's the issue. Okay. The green one in the right spot? Green one's in the right spot. Interesting. But why are none of the others in the right spot? Alright, what if we get rid of the rotation? They should all be in exactly the same spot now. Gizmo off, axis, child of parent. Right, when we do this, okay, so all in the same spot. They're all like that. So my question with that one really is, why is your rotation wrong? Oh no, they're from Euler, maybe. Right. Okay. Actually, what we should do is we should say from so maybe we should say axes dot rotation maybe. Dot. Right. And then we have to go back to the axes. And we have to go, hey, rotation, right? And then we're gonna say that takes in self because you're clone and copy, and I don't care. And then what? And then so we're gonna say match self. We're just gonna fill missing arms. So XYZ, so all returns squat identity and actual, and then we move none to above and say that none also returns squat identity. Then X is quat from rotation. Okay, so we're assuming that Y is 0 rotation, pointing directly up is no rotation. Then we want to rotate around the Z axis 90 degrees dot to radians 90 dot to radians. 90 of 32. Yeah, that's a constant. Cool. Okay. Now, Y, I think Y was the one that doesn't matter. So Y can also be identity, but we're gonna keep that one separate because that doesn't feel quite right. That's identity, but you know, whatever. So you would be X. 90. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Again, why are you moving up? Oh, because I bet it's in the center. They're rotating around the center. It's so stupid. Is that something about how we generate the mesh? Probably something about how we generate the mesh. I mean, that makes the most sense, really, but it's stupid. Right. But Gizmo here, mesh cylinder. Okay. Sure. Right. Why that annoys me is because it means that we want to say the translation is not Y, but instead axes dot to vec 3 times. That should fix it. Which means I should probably go back to whatever translation you had, whatever rotation you had before, which was like what rotation. Please tell me this just fucking works this time. Yay. Maybe not, because the arrows are all pointing in the wrong direction, but or at least the red arrows in the wrong direction. But I feel like that's a red arrow issue, because the red arrow to me, if I move your X position positive, yeah, the arrow is pointing the wrong way, but the arrow is actually correct. And then positive, yep. Yeah. Interesting. The arrow is actually going the right way. Okay, so it's from weird. What from axis angle. And then the axis is then axis dot to vec3. And the angle is that. I think, I don't know. Let's see if that works. I don't understand why the X arrow is pointing in the wrong direction. Doubly because the other arrows are all pointing in the right direction. I mean, funny. Wait, what? That's even more confusing, because why do they move to there? What? Oh, because it's a different angle, isn't it? What did they have? I don't remember what they had here. If we open up our Git, it will probably tell us. These gizmo down here. How the hell were they calculating it? I think they were just multiplying something together, maybe. I don't know. Axis angle was from rotation arc. Right, which would explain vec3y. Right, because it always points up to axes dot to vec3. Maybe. That seems more reasonable. Holy shit, I just looked over and I've got 10 viewers. Hello. Well, half of them disappeared. That's YouTube for you. I hope everyone's enjoying the stream, because I'm enjoying making this. I'm just getting a little bit like perplexed by like the weird idiosyncrasies that is this ended up. But don't worry, we'll have it fixed. All right. Hey. You know what it's probably doing is it's probably just actually pointing in the wrong direction. I don't know where it went. Does that all the time. Gotta stop zooming through things. All right. Okay. Now the arrows are pointing in the right direction. These are all right. All right. Next is to correct this, which is, I guess, apparently it is. That should put all the arrows in the right spots now. Design rotation arc is actually a pretty cool function. I didn't know this was like a thing. It's just saying, I know I'm pointing in the Y direction. I want to be pointing in the X. How much do I need to rotate to do so? That's pretty good. Okay. So the answer to that one is apparently no. Oh, right, no, because it's just Y. It's just Y. It's literally just vec3y, because we moved the arrows up, not across and down. All right, anyway, if I click U, I don't, well, it went real far is what it did. Okay. It's because I go through it and then I start scrolling backwards. That's what's happening. Like my instinct is as soon as I'm going through it, start. Because we're using length, and length is always positive, which means there's no way to go negative, which is kind of fun. Okay, so how do I? Interesting. So definitely can't use length because length is. We could just use X, but I think X is a bad idea because X. Yes, X is in fact a bad idea. How are they doing it again? So I just take start. Okay, so is it like a drag event maybe that I need to? State, no. Enter entry. Entry? Dragging state. But you're not an event, are you? Like, maybe you are. Like, where are you used is the problem. Like, I don't think I can just call that. Maybe I can. Button pointer state. An entry in the cache that drives the button pointer event system, storing additional data about picking button presses. Okay. Nope. So the answer to that one is no. Well, we can find out because it won't compile. Yeah. No, it's... Well, that's not why it's not compiling, apparently. Last position, pointer ID, pointer location. Target, start position. Okay. So... let size selected delta. Okay. So first off, we can just say that delta equal I will just stick it in accrued because then I have to change my logic. Accrued equals drag event dot start position minus event dot current position. Latest position. All right. Okay. So then instead of this being length, we can ask it length here, but then how did they do the... So they get the delta. And then camera right. Right, and then they just use the direction. No, then they're just updating the entire thing. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Not quite, but kind of. Right. So what were they doing? So we need to like let camera and then do stuff. So I guess we do the snap and the snap. Right, then we say let camera equals camera query. Else log error empty camera not found. Okay. Well, I think this just says gizmo camera not found. No need for a dot single. Interesting. Maybe I should report the error if it's not single, but like if it's more than one. Okay, anyway. So we have our camera transform, and then we can say that let plane, I guess, I don't know, equals camera dot left times by move x plus camera dot up times by y move. I don't know what this is going to equal though, because we're taking the... Oh, it's right, isn't it? Because right's positive, right? So we take right times x and up times move. And then when we move the camera, we want to move by not z move, but instead plane.x, right? I should at least make the positive and negative correct, but I don't know if that's going to work in the sense that, yeah, I don't know how to phrase it. Like, we're moving the plane, but not moving the plane, and it's weird. Okay, okay, is it consoling anything? No. Is it getting stuck anywhere? No. It's not doing anything, but that doesn't... Well, what that tells me is that a drag event is not actually being fired, so... Do you have any kind of restriction? I don't think you do. You use E. Yeah, where debug, clone, reflect. Okay, so no, we need this to be a drag event. The issue is that the drag doesn't tell me to start. Distance, delta. I mean, a drag should work just fine. We just... equals event dot delta, and then instead of that, we do that. That should work exactly the same, to be honest. Because we're just accruing the delta each frame. Which actually might be better, because that means we won't end up like weird accumulation events. Oh. Okay, so somehow I need to scale that, because that looks correct. In as much as if I look at it from a different angle, like if I look at it from like really oblique angle like this and click this, like I feel like the mouse is moving like with the arrow. It's just the arrow is so much faster. So interesting question here. The resolution of the screen matters, doesn't it? Because like the 4K screen means I'm moving a lot of pixels in a very... Yeah, okay. Cool. So we need to somehow pull in screen resolution, which is fun, because it keeps track in the number of pixels moved, not percentage of screen moved, which is great. Do we actually ever need the selected gizmo? Do we ever actually use selected gizmo? Okay. Well, that's fun. Can we maybe implement all the other ones as well, like Gizmo Y and Gizmo Z? Cool. So that's fun. I don't know this let okay is out, but okay. Yeah, I don't know what you want. Alright, let's see, make sure we've got everything else still working properly. So the event, the target, the camera query. So I don't think, oh, actually maybe the camera does, maybe. No, I'm only querying its transfer. Oh, that's backwards. Okay. Z works. No. Z, oh, fucking Z doesn't apparently work. And also Z doesn't like that. That's the despawn related. I'm pretty sure that's the thing that I was talking about, where it's like, it's calling despawn related gizmo closure. It's trying to spawn a gizmo where I've clicked, which is then immediately despawning the, like, it's spawning a gizmo for the gizmo that's being despawned. We'll get there. It only literally only happens if you let go while over a gizmo that you are currently clicking on. I guess any gizmo actually, maybe. Anyway, so we have gizmo camera. We have objects that we move, which is without gizmo camera, just so we can have it mutably. And gizmo snap. And the selected gizmo, which we just used to get speed, which I don't think we want actually. So this gizmo camera, can we potentially by any chance pull in the I want to say it's just the camera. But maybe it's not. Can I qualify you so that you're not importing shit I don't need? Viewport. Set. If set, this camera will render the given viewport rectangle within the configured render target. See, here's the thing. We can view the render target, and we can look at the render target, and then we can say the image window. Something tells me the window reference. Primary, yeah. See, the annoying thing with that though is we're gonna need to go like window, which is a query for the window with primary window. Let's qualify that. Right, like that, like that, like that. Right. So we then need to so this is our X move and a right and a left and a right move. So we can snap that, then we get the camera, and we need to go let okay window equals get, that's just single. Actually we can probably just say single, because if you don't have the window then we don't need the window and we can get rid of all this logic. And then we say divided by window dot width by window dot height. Right. Maybe we need to do that before. I mean, that's a possibility. Then we would need to multiply the speed by a lot because the delta is going to be really low, but maybe not. Maybe that would actually give us a reasonable delta. Interesting. So when I say move, okay, so you're moving by like a much slower amount now, but that's good. Now, I don't know why. So X works. X is correct. But Y is inverted. And Z is also inverted. Interesting. So first off, I think this goes here. We want to say that acceleration dot X plus equals dot X, right? Okay. And then Y is Y, and then we can leave it the same, like that. Except we probably want to put like a multiplier in here or something. I assume. I don't know. Now it's also probably redundantly checking stuff because I'm pretty sure the length will always be true if either of the axes are true. All right. Right, but if I make the screen smaller, what the hell was that movement? Make the screen smaller. We go, yeah, right. So it's still really small, but it's hopefully hopefully, at least from what I can understand it, consistent. So, first up, we probably don't want to be... What the hell is the distance scale anyway? What is your distance scale? You have a default, right? 3 frames multiplied by 0. Resource gizmo config, which we're getting out of selected gizmo. Now my question is, where are you getting your value from? What are we in gizmo? So surely in your plugin is when we say selected gizmo snap. So speed is a scale of 2 and distance is a scale of 1, which is interesting. I think, maybe, I don't know. What would the value be though? I want to say it's 100 because that's like Bevy's unit scale, maybe. We probably also need like a distance from the camera as well, wouldn't we? Because if you're further from the camera, then we want to make you move faster. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how to calculate that, but that's definitely what we need. We need to somehow know... we need to know the distance from the camera as well, because the distance from the camera... Interesting. So this tells us, this is how far we need to move based on the angle that the camera is looking. Then we need to somehow work out where you are. So we have the camera's position and we have our object's position. Yes. Have we? No. So let's get the object's position. So get our target, then we say let mute target transform. Do that. Okay. And then in each of these, we're just going to say target transform plus equals plane.x. And then your plane.y, and then your plane.z, which ironically, I think these two were minus, but right. So using the plane, kind of need like the I want to say it's the dot product, but I don't know if that's right. Basically, we need to work out the distance from the camera and do some kind of thing from there. So we can say like, maybe we just multiply the distance. Let distance equals target dot distance. No, target count, but camera dot distance. Camera dot translation dot distance to target transform dot translation. Can we just print that out and find out what that is? Because I think that if that's like 100, then that would be great, because that would imply that the distance we need to move is about what we scout. Ooh, it's the opposite, isn't it though? Maybe? When you're further away, we want to move you less or more? No, we want to move you more. Ah, for fuck's sake. I need to find this scroll code. I need to fucking fix it so that it can't zoom through the object. It should have been spewing in the chat. So our distance here is 3. And as I get further away, my distance is 25. All right, so first off, we want to say that plane.x, plane.y, plane.z times speed. So I think we want to say like speed times equals distance times 10. Right. Cannot assign twice to an immutable object. Okay. First up, don't multiply by 0.9, thank you. That would be appreciated. Speed, yeah, flexion, distance, scale. Okay, so now based on the distance from the camera, we scale the speed. Let's find that fucking user input scroll. Scroll. Max scroll height. No. Little easy UI stuff. Should scroll to selection. No, that's the wrong kind of scroll anyway. So it's going to be like input shortcuts though. Do you have input? Is it the editor? It would have to be in the editor, right? Input shortcuts. Just pressed F key. Wheel, mouse. Positive. Wait, the fuck? Mouse button, position, left, right, middle, update. I have no idea what it would be. Zoom. Call it zoom, maybe? Zoom. Okay. Zoom camera sensitivity. Handle zoom. There we go. Okay. Input config, camera sensitivity. Why is it all caps? Why? No. Lazy static everywhere. Mouse wheel event. For mute transform query direction. Target position minus target transform not normalized. Zoom amount is event.y times zoom speed. Right. Right. But what we're going to do is we're going to say let distance equal and then we say, well, technically max distance should be up here. And again, a lot of this stuff I'm trying to keep it like somewhat within his design thing. Okay, target.translation. So this is query transform. Where are you getting target translation? This is out of query. Target.position. Camera target. Okay, right. So, no. Target.position. Distance. Transform. Translation. Right. Minus where's your settings that you're calling here? Input config, lazy input config, zoom, clip, 32, and then we find all the compiler errors where this is being set. So get float zoom clip distance, sure. How do I set a default view? At least it's not me that just spelled shit wrong there, but Orbit's not wrong there. Like it kept on the yellow thing being like, I want to correct this. Now, the interesting question is there anywhere else that this is broken? Okay, minus input config dot. Okay, let click. Minus clip distance. Okay, and then we say, hey, dot min. That and max distance. Thank you. Cool. Technically, that should cap out at 0, I think. So therefore, I shouldn't need to like make sure that they can't go below. Now, where do I actually set that? That's my concern with this, is that you've input. Please be case sensitive. Yes. How? New from Tommel. Yes, but like, how do I set like a default value for this? See, because you get float, but dot slash config is includes string dot config dot tommel. But like, that's a file. So where is it though? Where are we? So config.rs dot skur. Config top. Zoom clip distance 1. Hashtag minimum distance mouse zoom can get to an object. Thank you. It should hopefully mean that I don't fucking clip through all the time, because what's happening is we're getting to 0, I'm going, oh, I've gone through it, and zooming backwards, and then because I'm underneath it, I'm zooming away. Okay. I click this first off. Yes. I zoom all the way through it all the time. Thank fuck. Okay. So 10 doesn't seem quite right. Is 10's too fast? Oh, don't let go while over a gizmo. Okay. So yeah. That's interesting. I mean, Now my question is, if I put you in. All right, so Z was correct then. It's just Y that needs to be inverted. But yeah, I mean, you can be positive. So it just means like the Z's just really weird when you're looking like mostly in the Z axis. You can't really drag Z, which is good to know. This is also like too high. My suspicion is that the that it's actually 10 is correct, and it's just that this, wherever this is initialized, which is in like plugin or something, mod single active observer, somewhere we insert that resource or something, right? Like main plugin. Is it the Gizmo plugin? There, okay. I reckon if we set this back to 1, I reckon that will fix it, because the speed probably 10, because 10 would make sense. It's like a scale over distance thing. Well, the other thing is we probably should have checked to see if distance affects it. See, that's the issue. Now it feels like it's moving even further, but if I make this really big... Yeah, no, that's made even worse. So first off, it's got something to do with that distance isn't linear, I guess. Maybe. That's interesting, because... First off, if we look into the Z direction, why does... That's very weird. Left and right works, and then what if we look into the accent? Left and right. It's, ugh. If I look into the... So it's just backwards if I'm looking directly into the axes. That's odd. Well, actually, what that tells me is I should probably be using left and down. Maybe. Does that make sense? Kind of, not really. Because we're multiplying by camera up. So we multiply by camera down. And so that would mean that, like, because the only time that camera up is being used is when we're moving in the Y direction, and it's just moving us in the wrong direction. So when we're primarily moving the other, like camera move, and we move you left and right, didn't make any difference. We move you up and down, you're wrong. But when we move you, yeah, so then it just becomes, that's why we had to invert Y's, because Y was mostly okay. And then when we look directly into the x-axis, so the you work, yeah, okay, so then that would explain why Y was getting treated differently, is because Y was primarily almost always in that plane. Okay. Now, you're still wrong, but I think that you're wrong in that distance should be like times by 0.5, maybe? Like, 10 is the right number to scale it. Well, we just multiply, halving it, it's... But no, the answer is not correct, but, so we're just halving it again. Anyway, move. Hey, do you work? Yes. It's a little bit behind, but that's like a observer issue, where it's a frame tick behind. Something tells me I need to normalize that value somehow. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. God damn it. I mean, it's better. I'm not quite sure what it needs to do. It's the issue. So that's the issue. I think what's happening is that because of the perspective of the camera, like when we're moving it to here, you'll notice that like it's like it's not very far from the camera to the mesh, but then we go all the way back here, and it's like it's really far from the camera to the mesh. So it'd get faster and faster as the camera gets further and further away. So how do we do that? So, because the meshes are updating every single time, we in theory can like do like a ray out angle calculation and work out like the angle between where the camera is right now. There's a point of the camera to the cube. We need that angle. And then with that angle, we can work out the hypotenuse or something, and they move like by a constant speed, maybe. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. It needs to scale by some kind of factor to move a constant amount. Do they ever do that kind of thing? Like mouse distance to world, so they take the raw if let some plane. So where do we get plane from? Okay. And then new vec3, if plane.x absolute x is greater than a half, then raw x, else x is 0. Raw delta. Is this rotation times x actually the same thing as getting the x plane though? Like, what does getting the x plane actually do? When I say camera.right, local.x, unchecked, yeah, it's just rotation times x. Okay. So that's the same thing, it's just helper function. So after that, what do they do with it? Let target delta target delta match locked axes. Do they pass locked axes in, do they? Plain normal. Yeah, that's just that weird, like... Okay, anyway. So... match global locked. Snap value, then they snap the value, then... selected entity. Drag state dot raycast position. Okay. It doesn't make any sense. First off, because like they've got snap enabled, but then they're snapping to no, there is a snap. I was gonna say because like what they're doing is they're snapping the value and then moving that by a certain amount. Okay, so drag state and then raycast position. So they like casting a ray until it hits. I assume the grid. How does one do something like that? It's gotta be something to do with like the angle of the camera to the ground. What is it? Ground? Just yeah, I don't get it. Let's go even. Well, I guess none just doesn't need the return apparently. It gives no exist. None. Right. You do it now. Right. Hmm. What? How do I do it though? Need to do something. Where's the new position gonna be? The new position... So can I somehow work out like the angle where the mouse is? And because we know how far we've moved, we can work out where the mouse was, and then we can work out a delta between the two. So the distance to the object from the camera. So let's do that. God, I'm dying. Fuck me. All right, distance. Calculate the Euclidean distance. Okay. So from where the camera is currently pointing to the object, can we work out like degrees per pixel or something? See, my thing is, I'm thinking like if we just take the camera somehow, then like and okay, how much of it just move the X to stay? Does not even stay. Like we just need to work out how long. So if I just like, because I have this the width of the screen, which we did like the FOV of the camera to work out how to move it. Oh god. How do I make you stay exactly the same number? Camera, we need to like work out the arc that the pixel makes on the fucking screen. So we have our window. Can we? Does a camera have this information? Somewhere there's got to be something about like a Bevy render camera. Do you have anything about like resolution? I need to be a reference. Okay, so we have a viewport, we have an order is active, computed clip from view. A clip from view. So we need to say camera. Let's rename it a camera transform. And just camera like that. Okay. Clip from view. NDC to world gives a position of a normalized device. When the position is within the viewport, the value returned will be between -1 and 1 on the X and Y axes and between 0 and 1 on the Z axis. To get the world space coordinates from the viewport position, you should use world to viewport. Returns none if camera transform and world position of the projection matrix defined contain NAND. Viewport to world. Okay, returns a ray origin from the camera that passes through everything beyond viewport position. The resulting ray starts with the nearest plane of the camera. If the camera projection is orthographic, the direction of the ray is always equal to camera.forward. To get the world space coordinates with a normalized okay. Mm-hmm. Interesting. So the camera's transform, which is passing the camera's transform, apparently. Which is like annoyingly, apparently we need a global transform of the camera. Which shouldn't be that bad because the global transform. It's just should be identical to the camera's normal transform because we don't usually child cameras, but you know. This becomes translation, isn't it? Yeah, that should be fine. That you stay trend. So viewpoint position, interesting. This is a drag. There's other drags, isn't it? Drag, state, drag and drop, drag and to leave over. Drag, pan buttons. No. Okay. Start, value. No. This is UI stuff. Okay, so we only have access to drag, really. We need the cursor position or something. Cursor. So, Pointer location. That would probably be what I want. Maybe we should look inside pointer and see what else we have access to. So we have entity, we have pointer ID and pointer location. Yeah. Normalized render target. Okay, so we can say drag or event dot pointer location dot position. So this gives us, so can we just like print this out? The thing is like I feel like I know what this is going, but with this angle I know what we can do, maybe? I don't know. Because I have that ray and then we can, with that ray which points and if we go the ray from So let me say move, and we go here, we go Q, and we go move you. So you're pointing out in the direction. So the origin is here, and the direction is that. So there's got to be a way I can use that ray. I'm gonna work out. I'm just gonna draw it out. We're gonna get like paint up. So what's happening right now is we know 2 points, kind of. Like we know the point where the camera's at, and we know the point where the object's at, and we also know like the distance. I can't draw a straight line. Can draw a straight line. Okay, and we know the distance from there to there, and then I don't know where I've clicked, but I know the angle here. I know this angle. And I want to work out this length. What the fuck? Weird. Alright, so I need to work out this length. When I have this. We have this. We know this. So I don't know that. I know this. Does trig work in 3 dimensions like that? Maybe. Does tan work? Maybe. Okay, so to work out that angle, because I don't actually know that angle. I know that the normalized line here. It's such a fucking hard thing to do. What is the math that I'm missing here? So let click back equals this. So we make you okay, and then you return on top of you log. Sure, that'll be convert. Okay. So what can I do with this ray? Can I say like click back direction, get point, okay, intersects plane, okay. I mean, that seems helpful. Plane origin. Plane. Can we say something like oh god. The plane origin, which I think it's just a vec3. Yep, is this target transformed by translation. And the plane. Okay, so the plane would be dependent on the things. But we're just gonna say 3x. Wait, what? Infinite plane 3D. Okay, what the fuck is infinite plane 3D? Infinite normal Right. Interesting. No. Can I say target transform dot up? Okay. And this, so click distance equals this, and then can we like print line? Just print the click distance, because maybe it works if we just use the click distance. Like if this returns an actual valid distance that we can use, then like we can just use that distance as our scaling distance, because in theory like it should get faster and faster as we get further and further away. Maybe, I don't know. So I've said that is your like y. So I guess the question becomes, if I look like this, I'm using your up vector. Oh god, it's getting a little bit out of control. So if I click you and move this way, question is that actually like exponential or not? Well, the question then becomes like, if I get really close to the z and do it, it became like 800. So it does grow quite quickly. I mean, it kind of makes sense, except I feel like up is the wrong. Maybe, I don't know. Some click direction else return. And then we just say like speed times click distance. What is x times click distance? The y, I don't know how I'm going to do the y, because the y I feel like it's going to have an issue of it needs to be dependent on which way the camera is facing to which one we use. Because both x and z can both use the y plane, because the y plane, they both sit on the y plane. But I feel like y needs to use whichever plane is tangent to the camera or something, because the camera can't rotate. It's the issue. It's like, as I do this, so if I use like the z plane for y, then as I move, it's like it's this plane, but it's like if I use the x plane, it's always the same distance because x is equal distance away. Anyway, so that moves the same amount, but if I look this way, it should get bigger and bigger as I get further and further away. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Not quite. See, what the issue with this one is that it's using the distance to the plane. It was like what I need it to use is I need to place it so that it equals that at the plane. Can I have it tell me where it intersects the plane? Like how do I say ray click vex. I'm gonna rename it to click ray. Can I time view by click distance? And can we print line equals ray hit hit at like my assumption is that if I multiply the ray by this, nope, direction. No, it's not direction. My thought here is, if we know exactly what plane it intersects on, and we know how far away it, like when we know the direction and how far, then it should tell us where our ray hit. All right, we'll click. It's gonna be annoying because I need to be able to see the console as well as the thing. So I should be using the proper console thing. Okay. Well, apparently it's because we ended on Y. So -717. Those numbers don't seem right at all. Maybe though. -6, -7, -17. The answer to that one is definitely not. Why is out of all of them the worst one to be testing? Y was the worst one because I don't actually know what plane I want to do the Y, and the Y plane is dependent on which way you're moving. So that was stupid. Okay. So again, we remove you and we go, okay, so X is the one that's going to print it out. So by that, we're hitting at 0, -1, 5, 5, which is very much incorrect because it shouldn't be -1/2. So X position is at 1/2. We were definitely hitting at like 1. It's 1.5. So that should be at 0, except it's hitting at 1/2 apparently. Apparently this is 1/2, which is incorrect. -1/2 plus 1. So it's doing what I think I wanted to do. Maybe not. So this is -1/2 apparently. So it's 0. So can we put you at 0, 0, 0? So if I move you somewhere else, and then I just see you make 0, 0, 0, so I know which one it is. Okay, move you to here, like move you off this way, and then if I was to like move you back and put my mouse right there, that's the issue. You're not actually hitting at 0, 0, 0, but it should be saying it's hitting at 0, 0, 0. So that's not right. Maybe I need to say that my plane's origin is. So maybe that's the issue. Plane's origin. Maybe we just make vec3 0. I feel like I need the something like maybe the x of the plane to be the x. I'm trying to make it so that when I go back to 0, 0, 0, it still says 0, 0, 0. Which is not what's happening right now. Because then I can just set the cube to be at whatever the origin was. Like wherever it says it hit. Alright, so I need to change that to fucking. Can we just do that so it shows up in the console in the fucking editor? Then I can just full scene the editor and I don't have to worry about making sure that I can still see the console. It's the whole point of having an editor. It's easier. Okay, so I'm gonna move. So we know where 0, 0, 0 is in terms of position. So maybe info. I don't want it. Yeah. Okay. So reset you so I fucking okay. Right. So when I move you back to my mouse back to here, why are you hitting these? Why do you seem to think that the ray is hitting at -7? Where the hell even is 0, 0, 0 in the ray? Oh, it's somewhere off the screen apparently. That doesn't make any sense. What do you... I don't get it. Can we just say vec3? Why? Like, surely that just means that the plane is at 0, 0, 0. Nope, apparently that's -2. I don't understand. And I can't click and release on shit. What is selecting that? Why can I not get these gizmos to fuck right off? What is causing this crash? What is trying to despawn? Despawn related. What is despawning the gizmo? It's gotta be something in here. Can I just get you to, like, not despawn the fucking related gizmo? Because I already have code that's set up to be like, hey, when you're not, like, selected anymore, can you despawn the fucking gizmo? Nope, there's still errors. It's not crash on me all the fucking time. Just don't despawn any of the gizmos if you wouldn't mind. Where's the error now? What do you mean? Well, apparently. No, it's Bevy Garnet core header ignore. Gizmo off. I don't think you have the on ad. Component on add equals self on add. Import gizmo on add. And take self, take world hook. Let no equals world dot entity context dot entity dot expect dot get. I don't think that's correct. I think it's dot get ctx dot entity dot expect edit. Oh god. Editor ignore component is required. Component editor ignore. Yeah, and then we need to get mute as well. Okay. And then we say ignore dot insert editor ignore gizmo. I would probably say end editor ignore pickable. Something like that. It's got an error somewhere else now. Alright, what is your problem? Edit editor ignore pickup. I have no idea what I have done to break that so badly. Okay, we'll find out if this works. Okay. So first off, do you stop crashing when I fucking like go over the top of an edit? Yes, okay, so now because I won't try and put a gizmo on a gizmo anymore. Okay, reset. Now, that is 0, 0. So why do you not think it's 0, 0? Why? Why is it -5? Why? Why are you like this? What am I doing wrong? What am I passing in that shouldn't be what I'm passing in? So the viewpoint and the camera transform. Maybe the pointer location's not what I expected it to be. Bent dot pointer location dot location dot position. I don't care. I don't get it. It's not making sense in my head. Why? Taking world to fucking location doesn't do what I think it should be doing. It's like that's position 0 and then that's position screen resolution. Wait, was it? Okay. Oh. It's 14. Why is that -12? 0. 14. Mm-hmm. Returns array origin from the camera that passes through everything beyond view position. But like, is viewpoint position? Okay, so what about camera dot NDR? That's what I don't get, is that how does this not? It gives me a nonsensical answer is what it does. Unless the gizmo camera isn't the same fucking camera that we're looking through, that's... That's always a possibility. I don't know. It doesn't make any goddamn fucking sense. No, we want like this. Except we don't want it there. What am I even doing there? No, it's in the drag. Want this, want this, want to go, hey, can you like render me something so I can fucking see this line? I want to say gizmo dot line. Click ray dot origin click ray dot direction times 10 and color can be color. Bevy color red. Here's the trick. I shouldn't be able to see this line because white and it can't available easily. Because this line should move perfectly behind the it should be directly behind the cursor, like it should be a single pixel. High origin redirection. See, I don't see the line. What if I change its direction? Vec3 Y. What if I change its direction so that it does like not go perfectly out? I should then see like a white line. I don't. So where the hell is it? Maybe we could double check that Gizmo is actually even fucking working and rendering a Gizmo. Gizmo dot circle vec 3 0 into radius of 1 color. Maybe color white. Transform from translation vec 3 dot into. Oh, okay. What? How do I make an isosphere then? So, wait, what? No, maybe it's because I was calling into. Like it says I can just give it a Vec 3. Okay. Oh god, I feel like shit. Okay, so what that means is when I click you and have like the slidey thingy open, you're not rendering anything. I can't fucking see it. God damn it. My thinking is that this is the wrong goddamn camera. But it's, I can't think what else it could fucking be. It's not making any sense. Uh, if I just set X, doesn't make any sense. It's, look, I don't get how I can click at 0, 0 and not get 0. Maybe it's got something to do with the camera. Oh. Oh, you're drawing a box around me. Okay. Anyway. So if I put my mouse right back at 0, 0. See, it says -236. Interesting. So it hit at 0, which is the camera. Interesting. so you're hitting. Wait. So why are you going twice then? Because like that number is so unbelievably close to 0, 0, like to the camera's offset that like it has to be what's happening, right? 12, 14, 29. Yeah, okay. So this for some reason is printing out the camera's offset. So that's like saying that the camera is at 0, 0. Maybe it's times negative click distance. But that would just give me the cameras. Alright. This. You printed out that you're at 2, 3, 5. Okay, so this here is basically equals camera offset from camera. Maybe the origin should be the camera then? Okay. That makes no sense. Well, it actually does, because the origin's at 0, 0, and I'm saying how... Right, no. That makes sense. Your origin is vector 3, 0, 0. The hit at is, hello, welcome to the stream. The hit is at camera translation minus this. To transform to translation. Is that gonna tell me that it hits at 0, 0 now? So now if I grab this, sure, I'll move you here, and then if I move you here, hitting at 0, 0, you're hitting at 2, 5. Still 0 on the X, which is good. Actually, no, that's wrong, but anyway. Why is it always hitting at 0x? I'm passing in like a weird origin again. No. Reset the cube. Here's what I don't get. I'm passing in Y, yes? No, I'm passing in X. Y. Alright, I need to restart this. And close this. Not gonna do this anymore. Okay. So when I click you, when I move you, I say, hey, move you this way. Hey, move you that way. So this should be 0, 0, 0. And then we go into the negative x, and positive x. And go this way and that way. It's negative z, positive z. The question is, that's 0, 0. We go to here, that should be 1. And here, that's 1. Okay, so with that, I can say that we just say that your transform.translation dot x equals, we needed that, so hit equals camera dot translation minus the click times gray, and then your x just equals hit dot x. Right. And then I think we can get rid of logging all this other stuff. Transform. Don't need this distance anymore. Okay, so that would be x, and then I'm pretty sure z would work exactly the same way because they both have like a canonical up direction. But how do you do y? I think y needs to be y needs to select from somewhere. Z. So why we need to be like, if we're looking at something or looking at something. Okay. So first off, dot y. So the click direction is this. So I reckon the normal for the y is hello, welcome to the stream. So how do I know which direction the camera is looking? Camera dot transform dot forward. So let plane equal forward equal camera dot forward, and then if forward dot x greater than forward dot z. Alright, and then I think we go, you use, if the x is bigger, we are looking into the x plane, which means we want to use the z plane. I think. I don't know. X is bigger. Looking down the x. So we want to use it. Yeah, that seems right. I don't fucking know though. Oh god. Okay. Move you. So we click and drag X, you move X, you click on drag your Y in, and then Well, apparently Y doesn't do shit, so that's good. Good to know. Am I just using the wrong... No. Yeah, there's so someone released their editor called Bevy Granite, and I'm porting it to 0.16, and I'm not having much fun today. I did a really like good job of porting it the first few days, but I'm trying to actually fix individual specific bugs. It's not that much fun. I don't know, was it using it? Oh god, so stupid. So what are you trying to? I'm trying to fiction 2D. Yeah, I would just use sprites. I don't. There's a few particle crates for Bevy, but I don't know how good any of them are, so I would just spawn the appropriate sprite. That's okay. That's probably our problem. We don't want to start at the 0. We want to start at... The origin is... Not you, you start at 0. You... Your shape... target transform dot translation... I want to say like y equals 0, and then yep, and that might work. I think what the issue is because as the box moves away, like the snap point becomes different because I'm still intersecting at the 0 in the world, and now I'm moving the plane to be where it is. Because that should mean that when you move up and down, still doesn't like that. Here's a bigger issue. I can't fucking see the plane to know if I'm doing alright. Interesting. Interesting. The answer is that it's just the wrong way to do it. I think it's because my Y isn't exactly up. Maybe I should be using the cameras. Because this one makes sense. This is like in the world that you're hitting. I mean, the Y should work fine. Because I should be taking the Y position that the camera is hitting the Y the plane that you're hitting. I mean, you still have the same issue of... Interesting. Oop. Alright, no. Yeah, I don't... It works great as long as you're on the same plane. Interesting. Maybe I just need to set just the right values. Maybe like... in this particular case, we would want to say that your y times by target translation, but y translation y. Well, you just use a vec3 at that point, when you Oop. Interesting. Nope. X. So like 0 trans target translation dot y. Okay. I think that's the same for this. Right. So that's y, that's y. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we need to like do a completely different array entirely based on which one you do. Interesting. Since I like click direction to this. Yeah. Is except you just equal good distance. Return. That maybe. Right, and then you actually equal this. Apparently your plane is this. Right, let me just work out what the origin is, which is going to be a vec. I don't think that's correct, but we'll go with it. Definitely not y. X and Z. Okay. Don't know if that's correct, but that should fix this, because it means that when you're no longer on the top, you'll still scale by the right amount. I'm pretty sure that's what was happening before, is if I put it below the ground level, you were hitting the ground, and it was like where you were hitting on the ground was where I was putting it, not where you were hitting relative to the new position. So like it would work like this, because as long as y was equal to 0, it hit in the right spot. Right, but then as soon as you put y below 0, you're now hitting like where it was hitting. You're hitting this top plane instead, which is not the same area that it was hitting on the bottom plane. Anyway, this is working now. I don't know if this is correct or not, because it's actually kind of like hard to tell if I reset. Go to the camera. Ooh. That's annoying. Alright, yeah. The question is, why can't I? Why does it not work when I look, when I have you cube it exactly 0, 0? But why is it only these work? Well, that seems wrong in like numerous ways. So that's fun. To be honest, can't be fucked fixing it. So, that means I'm just never hitting it. Okay, so we need to reset you. How do I make it so I can always hit this plane? So, let's first have a look at what we're right now. So right now, Z is bigger than X. Well, really the thing is that we just need to know that can we just, instead of doing forward, can we just say like if camera dot maybe that's right, I don't know. Wait, why were you putting cross products with the planes in there? No, you were just supposed to be using rec 3 Z. God, my brain. Why fucking, I need to go to sleep. I'm supposed to do this shit. Yeah, okay, okay. If camera dot translation dot x is less than 0 point, not translation, forward dot x is less than 0 0.9 feet per z plane. Wait, what? Maybe it's the other way. I think it's the other way. We'll find out. Well, that works. I see, I don't like that. Yeah, so I think what's happening there is we need to actually just not do this whole thing. Book translation y. As I said, I think we just need to do that on both of them. The idea is that we only use the X plane if we're almost looking perfectly into the X. Actually, wouldn't the smarter direction... I mean, surely the much smarter thing to do is just to use... I mean, that works, but we could also just, like, get rid of this whole thing here and just use the normal, can just be camera dot let mute norm equals camera dot forward, camera transform dot forward, camera transform dot norm dot y equals 0, and then norm dot equals, but that'll work. And then we can just say, I'm gonna leave this here because this works and I don't want to have to redo it if it break it. Then we're gonna say let click direction equals this normal dot normalize dot 2vec3 as vec3 target transform. Okay. So the idea being that we take the forward vector of the camera, we remove the y component of it, which should mean that the normal of the plane that we're generating is directly in front of the camera, and pointing directly back at the camera, which in theory means we don't need to change it based on which is bigger, because we're just using the one that the camera is currently looking through. Cool. Which means I can get rid of this. Now I do need to get those lines to re-render, which is going to be a bit of a hassle. Do I never use this? Apparently there's never used this. We do need to come up with how we're going to do the free, mostly because the free seems like it might be a pain. But like, we can just say no, don't do that. Free. How would we do free? The free, I think, is going to do exactly the same thing as the y, except we just don't set that. We just use hit, and then we don't fuck with the origin. Click ray. Okay, and then we don't need to normalize. We can just say camera dot forward, camera translation dot forward, and that position is target transform dot translation. we can get rid of this bit, it's just a bit of duplicate code. Now, I have no idea what I was using origin for. Still have no idea what I'm using origin for, because I never use origin after that, so I don't know why I'm doing that. Yeah, okay. Which also means we can, like, tidy this up a little bit. Okay, let me do that. Yeah. I think, well, outside of the fact that we don't have snap working. Can we snap? The issue with this, like, just as a general like thing, is this is going to snap to the increment, not move by snaps of the increment, which means that if you set it to like 1, it'll snap to every 1, as opposed to how I think they had that originally, which was whenever it moves, it'll move by 1. I think this all can go. A crude is never used. We're literally just casting rays and everything now. I do wonder if all is going to work particularly well, because we're using the plane of the camera, which means it should, like, because it depends on like which way you're looking at it when you start dragging, that it's going to make it move. I guess this is the advantage of using the raycast at the camera, is that, okay, first off, I don't think it's just doing anything. I don't even know if we have a way to actually do it. We probably do, in that I probably just haven't put the observer on, which is kind of funny. So we go Gizmo and we go, hey, when you build axis cylinder, so you tack an observer on, but you don't observe. I don't know where you're pulling this in from. Super drag. Okay. So that should then mean that the all should work now. Not the best. I do question why you're constantly moving closer to the camera. Why? Interesting. So why is it moving constantly close to the camera? Because the origin is your position, and it's perpendicular to the camera. Yeah, no, I don't get it. Maybe I'm multiplying something somewhere that I'm not supposed to be. It's kind of funny. I don't use the selected gizmo anymore. So it's only you. You're the only one that does it, which is kind of fun. Right, like yeah, you work fine. You work fine. Okay. So it's got something to do with picking a plane and moving along a plane. I wonder if setting it to back is going to make it constantly move away from the camera. Probably not, though. It could also be to do with this bit here. Nope, still just wants to come to the camera. Now, why are you coming towards the camera? Oh, God. My bet is because this here, we're doing this. I reckon it's this fits, so it's... So can I get you to print... I reckon this distance is maybe too small, too large. Something. I'll rotate, move. Now, here's the thing, it's ever moving closer to the camera. Alright, can we print line what click direction? Because there's a possibility is that we're like, because we're subtracting the camera's position, we're just ever moving towards the camera. Whereas the others, it was like all the origin was always at 0, 0, so like you weren't ever actually constantly moving towards the camera. You would just need to correct for the offset of the camera. No. It's slowly getting bigger. It was much slower at getting bigger. So where did it start is the better question. So started at 12:30. Okay, so yeah. That's interesting. Because it started at 14. I don't think I moved the camera backwards. Maybe I did. So we need to start the camera at a specific spot. Then be like... So, first off, where is the camera? The camera is at 2.55. So when I move you... Did you start at 2.5? 2, 2.55. Yeah, the camera. 2, 2.55. Okay. So that means that array so when we do camera position plus, why is it moving though? That's what I'm not getting. Is that hit should have just been 0 though. My suspicion now is that I'm let me do it underneath that, thank you. Something else is probably moving the cube as well, because that value is exactly what the camera's value is, which was it should have stayed at almost exactly 0, 0. So why did it ever fucking move closer? And I'm going, well, maybe what's happening is that something else is also fucking with the camera, the cube's position, and therefore it's moving closer to the camera because two things are moving it, right? Because you should have said a 0, 0, 0. Okay. Oh, first off, forward. That could be a rounding error thing, but I think too quick to be a rounding error. Because what I'm thinking is, technically, hit should have been 0, 0. I don't know. It's not making any sense to me. Because like as it moves closer and closer to the camera. That's my problem with it. It's like, I'm not changing it, but why is it thinking that it's hitting? No, it's probably got something to do with it. It's generating like a curved surface. And so as I move anywhere but directly here, all these points are technically closer. No, because I should move them to the point the same distance from the camera. Yeah, I don't know. All right. I guess now we just need to, we don't need to scale by the window anymore. So let's make this a git commit. Change let's push that up. Okay. Handle transform reset. I don't know what this actually does. Oh god. So event read drag. So this handles the dragging. One of these. Yeah, draw axis lines. Gizmos. Hey, they were using the actual gizmos. Hmm. Oh, fucking brain sleep. I was doing something on my phone and it's just being confusing. So I was being quiet. Anyway, so drag event, draw axis lines. We need these draw axis lines. So question. Now this could end up breaking everything ever, but we're gonna go weapon raw axes line. Okay. So this needs to be a event trigger pointer press. So what we would need is we need access to our gizmo. Now, the other thing is we'll also need gizmos. We'll call it Bevy gizmos. Which is gizmos. Which is the actual thing that lets us render Bevy gizmos. I just want to paste this down. What did you do? You draw axis lines. Okay. So, I don't know where draw axis lines comes from, but we should put you inside the... So we need the access to that, and that. We also probably need access to the gizmo type. Do we ever actually say what we do? So, with transform gizmo. Okay. Except I don't think we want this. We want res mute assets gizmo. Is that a thing that we can do? Maybe. No? Is that not a thing we can do? Where did I pull it in? Bevy, gizmos, retained. There's definitely 100% a way to make permanent gizmos. I just want to like find your code. So weird. Okay. Okay, Bevy gizmos, retained gizmo. So the retained gizmo isn't? Gizmo asset. The line specific configuration for the gizmo. And device. Okay, so gizmo asset. Right, which means that what you actually end up doing is saying, event. I think we need commands as well, because we need to spawn something. Commands, there we go. Right, so. We're going to say something along the lines of commands.spawn. So let okay data equal just a gizmo axis. Okay. I don't need to print anything because I'm going to say like this is going to work on anything that prints a gizmo axis. And then we can just make it a single observer instead of having to put it on every single gizmo. So then we need we probably actually also want the gizmo root, if for no other reason than because we need access to it. So gizmo of like that. So you become axes and of. Okay. Guess we'll call you root because that makes more sense. Okay. Lovely. Work? Nope. Nope. Damn it. Annoying. Alright, anyway. So our inputs query root. So we would want to then say axes root. We don't want to move its position. We do want to say gizmo. Handle is add gizmo asset. The line config gizmo line config. So there's a width perspective style. Okay, gonna leave everything default, and I'm assuming it's in style. Gizmo line style dotted solid. Nope, dashed. Interesting. Well, I mean, Bevy, the community is definitely growing fast because, like, every time I see, like, there's more and more people posting to it. I've actually started to see, I've got some of them on my, like, I've got them open, but I haven't watched them yet. Like, people posting stuff like, oh, I made a game in Bevy, like, doing the, like, I think I had one, because, like, when I log into my, my, like, YouTube channel, like, the one I upload on, like, all the stuff here tends to be much more Bevy related because I don't watch anything on here except when I'm, like, looking something up specific to the channel, or, like, the people I subscribe to are, like, people that upload Bevy content. And I don't use the channel, so it doesn't get, like, flooded with other stuff. But there was, like, a bunch of videos the other day that was like, oh, I made Tetris in Bevy and something in, like, da-da-da-da. And I was like, oh, that's awesome that people are, like, doing those kinds of videos in Bevy. So that's cool. So I guess this can be left default. There's no color? No, okay. So we do need to make the gizmo asset. How do I make a gizmo? So gizmo asset, the buffer, erased. Interesting. I feel like there's something I have to either do to make this fucking work. So new dot line. So is it like a plane? Can I make a line that doesn't have an edge? Line. Not really. Right, so we need a line. The line needs to start. We have access to the gizmo itself. I mean, kind of. Gizmo axes. I feel like we want to go let origin is query or transform. Don't need any kind of special stuff to it, and then we can say let okay origin. Except you definitely need to log an error, so log error Gizmo origin transform not found for entity. Dot zero. Okay. So sure. Maybe we should just go implement get. Oh, return to entity. Yep, they're cool. Oh, you didn't like that. Using it goddamn everywhere, so I just need to import it. Right. So line. Okay. So we have our origin. So we need to say like, oh, we need to know the axes. So I mean, we can just say like so it's origin plus axes dot vec3 times 100,000. I don't know. Right, so we have to say let mute asset equals is asset new, and then we have to say asset dot line, and then we add asset. Okay. Then we say asset dot line. Okay, double click the dot there. Where'd my YouTube chat go? I was looking at the tabs. Yeah. Okay. So our color is color. Bevy. Color. Okay. So first off, axes. Color. Because anything that's done like that needs to be done like that. Okay, so mine needs to start at a vec3 dot translation. Okay, so we have to go find the axes and add its color. So here's my axes. You need a function called color. Color, self color, one, two, and there. Okay. So we do that, and we say let asset color line color. So we spawn that. We go, why are you having a problem? Because you're cloning this, it's just not how we do that. Okay. So I think that should work. Behind a shared reference. Yes, so Gizmo or needs to be cloned. And copy. You're not mutable. Okay. So mute. Draw axis line. So that should spawn the Gizmo lines in, and then we just go to the plugin. So we make that public then. Now the issue is it's going to do one of these lines every time we add it. Every time the Gizmo does the thing he does. Which is kind of hilarious, but also like, god damn it. Atom server. Gizmos. Super transform. Like that? How that works? Okay. Now, the question is, do we actually get the gizmo to work properly? So each time I drag next, oh, we need to also say mute. So let's say let's get as propagate. We need to be like event. Oh no. Excuse me. Stuff just popped up on my smart monitor. This is why I didn't want a fucking smart monitor. Decided it knows what it fucking wants to do. Event dot propagate false. Right. So the idea is that if we ever do find a gizmo, stop propagating. It should let the like the little triangles at the tips be able to propagate to their parent without them having to have the observer themselves. Okay. Now, interesting is that they actually do seem to get cleaned up. Now, my suspicion. Oh, didn't like that. Yeah. I'll track that down in a minute. That crashes because when you select something in the editor, it doesn't check. Like I check when I'm selecting something with picking whether it should be ignored, and so it's trying to spawn a gizmo on a gizmo, and then the the first gizmo's being despawned, and the next gizmo's then also causing issues. All right, so what's happening here? We just can't click any of the gizmos directly. Is that, as you can see, each of these is spawning the. Maybe because I'm not naming them, they're not showing up. But I think these are children of the gizmo, one of these gizmos. It's probably this gizmo, which means that when we actually get rid of the gizmo, oh no, now we have both. Yeah. So when I actually select it, that clears up the gizmos. It actually removes all the lines too, but we'll clean up the lines properly anyway. It's fun. This is because I've changed how some things work, and then the old way's still there. So I'm going to slowly kill those two. Anyway, so the way this works is that we do this. But when we spawn you, we need to dot observe clean up. Clean up axis line. There we go. Defend. Clean up axis line. Except no. Well, actually, yeah. So it's not pressed yet. It's released. And then we just say let's just say commands dot entity dot commands dot event dot target dot despawn. Yeah. Wow. Actually, we probably should make you mutable and and say, please don't propagate this. Actually, that may not work because I'm thinking trigger release pointer, but it's not going to release over this line, which means you won't be the one that gets hit. Damn it. It's kind of funny, but also, like, how do I make you not? I need to somehow put like a cleanup thing onto the parent. I don't even know how I'm. Oh, that's what's happening because you're a gizmo. Oh, right. Oh God, my fucking knows. So when we release you, we need to also query. Well, actually, we can fix that because we can say that. you're a we can change you from being a gizmo of you to being a gizmo of not root, event dot target. So whoever spawned you, and then when we get to here we go, hey, can we say target and then despawn related gizmo. Is that my gizmo or their gizmo? Can I say gizmo off? That won't work. Okay. Trait gizmos, gizmo. Gizmos. Hey, okay. I think I can actually just call gizmos because gizmos is my thingy. No. Okay. No, we've got the Bevy one too. Okay. There we go. Which I actually don't think I need because I'm using persistent gizmos. Fun. Okay. Anyway, so we say you're a gizmo of this, and then we say, hey, and we also want to propagate off. Propagate. So event and propagate. False. And that may not work at all because it may not have that relationship, but it should work. Mostly because I expect when I let go, I'm on the right thing to let go. Maybe though. Yeah, I don't know. That may not work. Yeah, because see, it's on you. So in reality, we would actually need to stick it on the parent. So we need to be like commands dot entities event dot target dot observe no. Like that, right? Because that should then clean up the axes lines. I don't know if that'll clean up the observer though. That's the issue. Yeah, see, they're still here because it's just not triggering it. God damn it. Observe. I mean, the observe cleanup axes lines. Can we then we need like a struct cleanup which needs to drive event like that, and then we just need to drop, and then we go res button input key code, no, mouse button and commands. Not spawn, trigger, you know. Okay. Okay, so first I'm just going to say turn this back to despawn. Entity event target despawn. Detect drop. So we just need to go here and be like, hey, can you post update detect drop? Super translation detect drop. So we just need to make sure that it's public. Sure. Except you need to be something more like that. Thank you. Okay, so that should then detect drops and despawn the gizmo. Oh. Oh, so here we go. Hey, green line. Nope. 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 Okay, so first off, I want to probably fix your gizmo of thing that you're doing, because I've now changed how I'm cleaning it up, so I'm pointing you in the wrong spot now. Oh, you're a gizmo of rude. Thank you. Okay. Alright. So, cleanbacks. So my assumption is because you're not targeting it directly. God damn it. How do I make you clean it up when you're done your little... How are you cleaning it up? You're not, you're just rendering it only when you clicked. How do I get you to clean up? So we draw a line. We clean up axis line. It's just not working. Maybe if I stop turning on propagate. That might work, but unlikely. Funny. So how do I get you to clean up then? So default event get on. Alright, I think I need to change this back to a later released, and then instead of putting the observed cleanup lines there, we can put the observed cleanup lines one layer higher and say, hey, build spawn transform gizmo. Right. I reckon it's you. I'm gonna like not observe. So super drag clean up What? Oh, it didn't make you feel weird. So clean up axis lines. See, I reckon what we want to do is say, hey, target, and then despawn related gizmos. But I want to say create gizmos, like that, because then we can make these when we let's just get rid of this whole thing that never fucking worked. Go back up to you. Don't do this anymore. Okay, so so we spawn you. We despawn your gizmos. So when we spawn you in, we need to say that you're a gizmo of, not root. Child of. Oh, that's annoying. Because it's not going to be clear. There was one called Gizmo Parent. Gizmo Parent. Alright, then you're going to have a vector entities, and then you're going to be relationship target gizmo root. Now where did I put the gizmo root? There. And then see, do the same thing where you're a component. Or I have a component. Component. And you need to be relationship target is gizmo root. No, it's gizmo children. Right. So you don't get that anymore. So when we do you, we pass in your parent, and then we go, hey, we need to make sure that build axis cylinder. It's also fucking stupid. Gizmo root is parent. Same with you. Gizmo root is parent. Gizmo root. Cute. Okay, so but parent, and then ironically you're going to become a gizmo of parent. And actually, I think I'm going to go with the gizmo of there. No, because we do need the transform for you to put in the right spot. Parent dot 0. Thank you. Okay, so you're a gizmo of that person, which means that when we despawn you, we despawn your Gizmo children? Okay. Should make sense. Don't insert that. But then each of these needs to be a Gizmo root. I mean, technically, but no. They don't need the Gizmo root because they're they'll be despawned by the Gizmo child thing. Technically, the Gizmo probably shouldn't be parented like it is. Anyway. A lot of weird information being packed in here. Alright, so click Q. Here. Hey, green arrow. Hey, green arrow goes away. Green. Well. Ah, yes. There's the problem. If you let go and you're not over the object, it doesn't count as a release. So you're gonna have to like click and drag really quickly. No, it's just that sometimes they're not in the right spot. And that's more confusing, to be honest. Yeah, no, I'm extra confused because like but like okay. So what's happening is one, the release is never getting. Maybe we shouldn't be turning off the propagate. Do I even turn off propagate? I think it's just that I'm not releasing on top of it. Yeah, okay. So I'll just put it in there then. That'll work. Okay, stupid. Okay, so we need a query. Anything with axis line, care about where or what it is. Then we need the input. Which is res button input, mouse button. If input dot just release mouse button left foreign key need to respawn. So then we just need a struct axis line and just needs to be component derive component. Okay, cool. You didn't have to type, so I don't know what you're fucking doing. Okay, so you reiterate then some cleanup lines. So we just need to make sure the cleanup lines make it into the plugin. Called post update cleanup lines. Get Gizmo. Super. Gizmo. No, just super cleanup lines. No. Transform. Yep. Okay. I should be just released because I'm trying to do it when it cleans up. So the idea is that I have an observer. I mean, that's assuming I've got it correct in my own head. I have an observer here that draws the lines, and this is triggered when pressed. So when you click on an axis, it works out which one to do. And then when you let go of the mouse button, which is the... yes, it should be just released. You are correct. But yeah, I was confused because when your things, like, one has an underscore, one doesn't. I was like, just press to... Yeah, it should be just released. So the idea is that when you release, it clears everything. So that should work. But yeah, it should be released, not pressed. And then you don't do this because that doesn't exist anymore. And then I have a whole bunch of other stuff that I just made that I don't need because I broke something. What are you complaining about? Axis lines is private. God damn it. Okay. Then you're an axis of root. Then if this being an axis of root is if the gizmo gets despawned, it'll also despawn this line. Now that could cause issues because when you release the gizmo does its gizmo-y thing, it may actually despawn this thing too, but it should be fine. Hey, okay. Sometimes it's easier just to fucking brute force things. Alright. Right. So I think that means we can probably get rid of all of this handled start, stop, drop, fucking roll. I don't know what this is all doing. Well, nothing now because I've turned it all off. So here it is. I don't know what this is, just I don't know what this does. I don't know what all this does. What? Okay, to do. This might be able to control. Just press. If so, move camera with transform. Interesting. Okay. I might be able to check that. I feel like I'm gonna have to save that as a So this is draw axis lines, and it's there. Snap these off. So to check to see if we're pressing control, we could either pull in the input and actually check that. We can try just to see if it looks cool. Res button key code. Key code. Okay. So first off, we'll import that. Let's go fix all these broken things that I've removed the sheer amount of stuff that was being done by Gizmo logic to make Gizmos work. Okay, so you go away. Okay. I don't know what you're trying to do. Come down here and go, hey, these are all gone too. Okay. So... Oh no. Interesting. Wait, why can't I push this, perhaps? Why am I not logged in? Anyway, what did we do? We just added Gizmo lock Gizmo lines. Yep, cool. So what was I working on? I was just about to go, like, can we make the Gizmo camera follow? Maybe. Now, I think this is going to be a little bit weird, but I'm curious to see what it looks like if we make the camera follow. So what we'll do is we're going to go, let's make a global transform. Well, annoyingly, what that actually translates to is we need to grab your global transform and we need to, well, technically we don't touch both. We don't touch either camera's transform now, so we can just be like, you can just do that, because then we can, well, we will probably need access to your entity code, because we want to know the other entity. Okay, so we have our C entity. So down here, when we move our camera, we have our here, and we go, hey, that original, yeah, X equal. Well, let's put it here actually. Let start equal target object object dot no, it's target transform target transform dot translation. Then we come down here, we say let delta equal. Okay. So we're gonna say if input dot press key code yeah, L control or right control. The control left, the control right, the control right. Okay. Don't do that. Let delta equal translation minus start, and then we're going to say if let okay mute camera translation transform equals nope objects objects dot get mute the entity there. I don't know if it's gonna work, but if you hold control, if you hold control, the camera will be moved by the same amount that we move the object, which ironically I don't know if that's going to keep the object actually in view, because like we're moving the X of the object. Camera gizmo not found. Well, that's interesting. Who the hell is spewing out camera gizmo not found? Well, that's pretty good. With gizmo camera, you need to have the gizmo camera, because you need to be single, and there's more than one camera, which with that filter there's more than one camera. It was new they didn't need the without, because we no longer use your transform, we grab your global transform, which is two different entities. So okay. Crowd control. Wee. I don't know where I am in terms of like we need to spawn like a new object. Ooh, we're very far away apparently. How do we get back? See, I don't like that they've done that with the camera. They're doing something that's overriding the camera's position, which means if I it's probably quicker. Oh, I don't think that'll work. Where are we at? Like -300. So like, can we like set you like -300? And it should put you like nearby, and then we can like just like kind of point you like sort of that way, and then we can just go. That's a bit fast. Look, now you're in the wrong direction. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We want to be going that way. Thank you. So we're just gliding along. Oh, Oh no. Hmm. Well, that feels very concerning. So it must be because I got like real close to the horizon. Yeah, now we're skipping by like lots. Ooh, okay, we're close. Let's like reset you and go, hey, you're over there. Okay. So it's a very silly way of navigating around the world. But anyway, we can like shift A, and we can insert a mesh and just do another one of those. And we go, hey, look at you. Now, it's a bit silly. I feel like this should be checking to see if we're holding shift before it selects multiple things. Anyway, that's some code I can fix. Anyway, how do I unselect you though? There we go. Okay. So if I had control and okay. Now I do question when it. Oh yeah, I turned it off because I can't work out for the life of me how to get that to work. Anyway. Okay. Added control. Did it do that? Control. Watch for control, left control just pressed. If so, move camera with transform. You would want just pressed because otherwise it means like only while you're holding the control key. Just tapping the control key. Control makes camera move with gizmo. Okay. Why can I not push to here? But I am signed in. Why can I not push to my... I get it. Okay, so it says maybe I should just restart that because it's possible that because I no, that's not good. Why do I not have permission to push my changes? That's concerning. Oh god. Fucking hate being sick. No, don't push upstream. That would be the problem. What do you mean? Okay. So I think what's happening here is we need to like reclone the repository down. Granite. Granite. Okay. So let's like reclone the whole thing down, and then we'll just copy paste everything across. Because I think like I may have broken it when I deleted and then recreated my group. So if I like grab the git out of here, like so, and then like pasted it in here. That seems like it might have been a really bad idea. Hmm. Interesting. Can I amend this? Broke the Git history. Not bad. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, cool. Cool. It's like I called the commit. I broke it. And I'm like, no, I should rename that to. I should just like add a little comment. I broke the history, not the editor. The editor's fine. I don't use any of this stuff, so it can all like go away. Like a lot of this stuff. A lot of this stuff just can go away. You can kind of all go away. Okay. Kind of wish there was a way I could be like delete everything that I'm not currently using. I'm not using events and not using this or this or this 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 but get rid of all the yellow lines. Okay, so so how do I do this? Is it cargo? X remove unused in VS Code. How do I where? But how do I do it? Like what do I actually do? Unmerge with me. Is it like is it 6 F1 fix dash quick fix. Hey, I don't know what the shortcut for that was, but that was good job, thank you. That was actually really helpful. So we can get rid of this whole thing. I feel like I need to tidy this whole like crate up because there's so many places where they use so much stuff that it's like, why are you doing this? But I don't know, so I can't fix it. All right. I also feel like they need to make their logging a little bit easier to like not have to log everything. Like so verbosely, because they have a way like it shortcuts that if you just type log. And then like if you don't put a thing, it'll leave, I think it leaves it blank, and then if you don't put an error level, it'll put it as info, and if you don't put a type, it'll put it as game. But it's like it really should like have certain things like error, and then like let me do it, like log error. It also personally I think should default to the internal crate thing at least. Should be defaulted to saying editor whenever I type log. It should be an editor log because I'm not writing a game, and then export a different macro than the one that you export internally would be a good way of doing that. But I don't actually know how to do that, so I can't talk. Distance scaler. I kind of feel like I need to leave the gizmos alone. Gizmo events. What does this actually do? Spawn gizmo event. Gizmo changed watcher. Okay. This feels like again, another place where they're doing a lot of like redundant work for no real reason. Lots of stuff in there. Anyway. Anyway, what do I have? One quick fix. Interesting. Do I have to actually like click something? Quick fix. Remove I don't know why they're treated as like separate things, but anyway. So apparently we're supposed to be using something other than from week. That's fine. Trying to think what else I need to do to make things work. I did have that comment list thing. So we're gonna go to. I want to go to pools, and we're gonna go to close pools, and I want to go. Here and go, what did I say that I needed to do? I think I did this. I fixed that so that the gizmos don't get added to the camera. There is a line across the screen. I don't know where it comes from. It went away. So I can't really fix it because I can't even recreate the bug anymore. Okay, currently picking entity selects. Selection is yeah. That okay, so first off, let's fix that with the, I don't know where it is, but somewhere I'm doing like picking, input, selection, duplicate entity recursive. Don't think duplicate all selected system. Okay, no, duplicate entity system. All right. Don't think this is relevant. Ray. Raycast that cursor. We just don't do anything with it anymore, so that's fun. Despawn gizmo event. If click button primary. Handle entity selection. I think this is my code, and hence it does all the ignoring. Okay, so handle entity selection. Trick here is if active selected. If selected, okay. If active selection dot get. That feels like it wasn't working. But maybe it was. Maybe I was just doing it wrong. Because what I'm doing is I'm going, hey, if you not actively select, if you select the currently already actively selected thing, deselect it. That's what this does. But if you're selecting something that's not the active selected, but is actually selected. See, here's the thing. I can't deselect it. Which implies that we are never getting to, see, I can't deselect it. Oh. It is deselecting it. It's just, this uses something else, which is fun. How did your... This is me again, selected. This is how I make sure that you don't have two things actively selected. So how the hell do you know what you've selected? Select entity. Active selection. User input, or res user input. Interaction. I think this was me actually. This was trying to work something out. Gizmo filter. Okay. Icon proxy query. I don't think my icon proxies work, but that's because I don't actually know how you're doing that. And then array casting. All right. So I think we need to track down wherever this request select entity happens, because creation, something obviously uses it. Process entity spawn query system. Don't know what you're doing. Don't know what you're doing. Select event entity. So this is spawning something, right? Node tree system. Wait. Tabs, node tree system. So this is selecting something. But what actually, like, what even handles these events? What do you do? Select entity watcher. If additive. For select entity in select it. Right. If selection.get is okay, and active is error. If additive and active thing to get is error. Or if selection.get. Yes, but why? Okay, so first things first, let's go to back to my picking. Wherever that was, I don't remember where it was. Deselect all entities. No, it's down here. This. So handle. Now, thing is, I do feel like selecting an entity probably should be an event. Like I do feel like request select entity event. So I'm gonna come down here. I'm gonna make a new one because I want to kind of do it myself. I'm like pub struct select entity. What is entity select event. Entity selection event. Pub entity. Entity. So we want to go probably something like enum, pub enum, selection, pipe. Oh, so it probably should be an entity interaction. I don't know what to call everything is the issue with this one. So we want to select. Okay. Interaction. Entity event. Okay. So we want to say that like we can select, and that's going to just need an entity. Well, target entity and then we want to like a deselect. And for now, that'll do. So request select entity event. No. Okay. Sure. We can say select range vec. Vec of entities. Deselect. Okay. So deselect all. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to first off get rid of all these events wherever they were. Okay. So select entity watcher. So first off, I'm going to make all these observers because entity. This is in charge of selecting entities. This is in charge of setting entities into the selected state. Right. So this is going to take in a event trigger. Entity event. Right. You do that. And then we're going to say let let selected equals event dot event. Right, so we're gonna match event. Right. Now, my thought here, because again, I'm trying to like be somewhat memory efficient, is we're going to say event entity event select, and so we're going to target an additive. So you need to be select and additive. Right. So we say this. We say you need to return a reference to a singular array of entity of target, like that, and additive. Right. I'm doing it that way because then when we come in, your reference, please. And then we can say select range and then add a slice. See? And then everything else can just return. Mismatched. Why are you a reference for? First up, can we dereference? As slice. temporary value dropped. God damn it. That's annoying. Fine. I don't know. Others, which is gonna be you know, none. Target. Then you would be dot first. Can I just say like result? System result? I don't know how to do it. I don't care. If let some let some first equals range dot first else log warning sure, except I want range 1 dot dot. I need a reference to it. Why? You're the wrong type. Cool. Cool. Okay. Anything else is yeah. Okay. So we need to go. Okay. So first things first, we have a thing for dealing with when there's multiple actively selected. So we need mute commands. For this, we go, hey. Okay. So first thing we do is go commands entity dot selection. So we should probably just call that first, shouldn't we? First. So we say first dot select. Insert active selection. You are going to need access to all the currently selected things. So which is a query for I guess entities with selected. I don't know if it's slow to insert components in there, like don't insert components unless you have to kind of way of like, if I go, hey, if not if not add, then for entity and entity remove dot remove selected. And then we insert that, and then we say if let some rest equals others. We do that. I mean, that should work because we call select entity. Okay. What the hell did you do though? So if not additive, you remove everything, and then if selection get okay. Existing selection entity set and active. Okay. New entity selected and set active, and then new entity selected and set active. Okay. So that's my select code. So we can go to this. Technically, the watching's not quite there, but you know. Apply pending parents. I don't know what that does. I'm going to touch that. So we have to go back to plugin, and we need to add an observer. Select entity, which is under wherever handle selection entity is. So let's go up to this. No, in here. Go up here and go select entity. Okay, so all these events can go now. Right. Alright, so select entity is public. For some reason we don't have access to it. Select entity, what? No way. All of these have been removed. I don't know what you're doing, but you can go away. Select entity. Why can I not select entity? I'm assuming it's because manager doesn't export it, so I have to go like. No, it's you. What a weird way to go about it. Alright. Because select doesn't have an event, entity event. So you're apparently not an event, so you need to drive an event. Right. So down here, handle entity selection. We need input, which is res input. No, button input. Go. Now, technically, I should probably use the input thing because we can like make that work with more than just buttons. But you know, so we point and we say, hey, if click, not left click, not primary click, don't do anything. Cool. And we say, hey, if you're not ignored, if you're not one, I don't know what one is. Stop propagating. Okay, so let entity on click dot target. Okay. So we want to say something along the lines of commands dot trigger, and then entity event select. Interesting. What? No. Wait. Yes. Input dot just pressed key code. I don't say it's left shift. Shift left. Shift left. Right. Because that's the rest of that's me doing logic to work out which thing to select. But instead, I'm just going to say, hey, can you just like select the thing? Just like on click. If you haven't ignored it, just select it. Handle So I should probably rename you handle picking selection. Right, so that's what you do. You do the picking. And then this handles single active, that's fine. I think I can get rid of all this code because this is just redundant stuff that I've since overwritten. So we handle selecting entities. I think that should work. Or use when a single entity is deselected. Okay. Was active. Okay. So deselect entity. So like that, and then we're going to say commands and then selection. Selected, active selection, and then event trigger entity event. Okay, so let's say let yeah, event entity event deselect target, do something, entity event deselect range, do something, and entity event deselect all, do something. Now, here's the interesting question. I don't think I care about actively selected. I want to work out some kind of way of making actively selected automatically deselect. So we obviously need to deselect the target. Then for each of those we need to deselect each of those individually. And then like for you, we just iterate through the list. I mean, that should work. And then everything else is not a deselection, so everything else just does nothing. That should work to deselect. Sure. I mean, we can print console stuff and stuff, but to be honest, that's kind of console noise at that point, but maybe. Use when a range of entities is selected. Apparently last is how they set that, so I'm going to say first because there's always going to be a first, but last and first may be the same entity. It's easier to skip the first entity than to skip the last entity. That makes sense. So we can get rid of all these redundant things now. We need to add an observer that's dot add observer deselect entity, like so. Oh, delete the Y. Deselect entity. Now, the more interesting question is, what the hell happened to like how because none of this should have really done anything in terms of like how things are selected in the editor. I don't quite understand how come I can't deselect shit in the editor. Well, maybe this will tell me. Deselect all entities events. Okay. Okay. Event writer. Interesting. These are all event writers. Well, there's no deselect all event anymore, which means we need to kind of like propagate and navigate and go, it's probably there. So let's do that last, because that's almost certainly going to be the thing that's going to be the most difficult. So request deselect all entities. It wasn't even used here. Okay. Wait, no, it must be because something's yelling at me. Event, deselect, send, deselect all. Okay. So instead we say you need to take access to new commands. Like that. Except that side. Thank you. Like that. Can't find commands in scope. Bringing commands into scope. So then we're going to say, instead of doing this, you're going to say commands dot trigger entity event deselect all. Doc. Right. Top bar. So you need access to commands. Like so. Then we say, hey, mute commands. Oop. Mute commands, please. Right. So that should be fine. Shortcuts. Apparently. Okay. No, we have access to commands here. That's cool. Commands. Dot trigger. Entity event. Deselect all. Okay. Creation. Select entity and select all. Okay. So mute commands, like so. You no longer exist. Request deselect all entities event. Just need to import that, thank you. Then down here we say target entity. Okay. Okay, I don't fair enough. Sure. We can probably turn these back on because I think I turned these off. Oh, apparently these spawn doesn't work. I don't do anything, but I turned them on and off first recently. Deselect all entities. You call a function called deselect all entities. Update editor via system. Trigger entity yeah, entity event, no, entity event deselect all. Thank you. I feel like this was something they were doing I feel like that those comments probably me, but this is like them saying, okay, they didn't work because this is like, well, it's because like they have systems watching, and when the editor's disabled, the systems aren't running because the editor's disabled, so it's like it can't detect it. So instead, you need to be commands. I don't think we have access to commands at this point. Okay, we go up to here and go. Okay, this monstrosity of a thing. We can say, hey, select, deselect, select range. All of these get replaced with a single mute commands, and then we pick the command when we want it. Admittedly, you could have done that even with commands anyway, because you can actually send events through commands, so... Look, don't let bind shit, what? Why would that be a default fucking... Okay. Commands dot trigger entity event. Select range. Oh god. Range. Okay. So the next we have to this is plans trigger and then select entity. Something like that. Let me say target. That sure. Wait. Okay. Commands trigger select new selection. Okay, let's find out if that worked. There's a non-insignificant chance that I just like broke the editor, but oh, okay. Well, apparently there's some red lines over here that I haven't fixed. Script. I feel like I should have a entity event. So apparently that's in Gizmo. I made a T event private or something. Oh. So selection events. It's public there. Mod. Oh, Wait, what? Okay, that was weird. Fucking no. There we go. All right. I feel like they should be called selection events, but you know. So, well, first off, the thing that I was trying to fix, the actual bug that I was trying to fix is, if we have multiple things, can I actually, like, yeah, it doesn't select both of them if I would shift it, well, you know, select both of them. God damn it. Well, I mean, at least it's fucking unselecting them. Now, why does holding shift not, why do you not care about me holding shift? Yeah, maybe don't try and move the editor and hold shift at the same time. Um, I can't also unselect something, which is interesting. Why are you rendering a white line like that? Yeah, I'm not. Something tells me I need to. You know what? Fuck, I can stay. I know what that is. That's when I'm like spawning the gizmo in somewhere in here, I'll like draw a gizmo line. If let fucking gizmo axes none, but fucking all equals. But no, just return. Like, don't propagate, but also return. Alright, so that's just because that's what's happening there. Click direction. I've got stuff debugging that shouldn't really be debugging. Who is printing click direction? One of these says print line. Please don't print. Okay. So selection works. I just can't multi-select. Why can't I multi-select? So my assumption is my multi-select is not working because I'm gizmo select. Gizmo changed watcher. This is just weird. Plug-in rotation. I'm pretty sure. Selection events manager. This one. So we say select entity and I say, hey, let first select additive. Select range. All right. So if not first, if not add, remove. Yeah. Okay. Yes. That probably also wants to have select added to it, but yeah, actually, can I just? It's kind of funny. Just be like require selected. Okay. You just have default then. So the idea being that like now I don't need to. If you just stick active selected onto something, it will automatically get selected. So that's good. Now I don't remember where I was doing the rest of the fucking shit. All right, so you're not needed all the time. So we can say, hey, it's active selection. So commands entity first, and then the rest get selected. Now. I'm assuming add here. If not, so why am I not getting add when I just like click? Select active observer, single active. So we could probably get rid of word observer, just single active. So this just goes, hey, if we happen to have more than one, if active is single error for entity in active selection log. Target. Okay. Mod selected plugin. No, we're in the right spot. We just one more function there. So why? Shift left. Okay, so can we print line? Okay, am I just maybe holding the wrong key? That sounds like a me thing to do, but. The other thing is it may actually be selecting it, is just not doing it properly. So question is we shift A, we mesh, we go. Bam. Bam. Okay. So select. Select. Okay. Oh, we are putting it in the console, so we can go all and we go, okay. So entity is no longer active. So 16 is no longer active. Well, it's just blatantly wrong. Why are two things no longer active? First off, so 16 and 13 are the two cubes. So okay. So why is add false? Because I'm not holding shift. Hey, wait a second. It works this time. Now, there is a small problem that I can't reselect something, which is interesting. So my assumption is that I'm probably going, hey, ignore. No. So entity select. Button input per. Why am I not letting it be deselected? I'm definitely sending. Well, let's restart this so I can read it properly. I'm almost certain I'm sending multiple selection requests. So, yeah. So, the issue isn't here. We're definitely sending the request. So because I was thinking maybe it's getting stuck. So anyway, single active. So how do we handle the fact that if you trigger select, we never actually check. If first dot if current dot get first dot is okay. Okay, so active. I don't really need the actual data. I can just say like nothing. Just give me the filter. So if current go, well, if active selection dot get is okay, then and return sure, that should work, because I think what we're doing is we're deselecting it and then we're immediately reselecting it. So if you click on the actively selected thing, if you request to select the actively selected thing, we will immediately deselect it. Now, the interesting question there is if you requested to select a group of things, but you happen to put the thing you wanted to actively select was the first thing, mesh objects. So is that another one of these? Okay, so Okay, now I go shift, and then I go room. So it actively selects it, and then we can click it again, click it again, click it again, click it again. It removes actively selected, but doesn't actually deselect them. Right. Ow. Please deselect it. I'm gonna say ampersand rest others is none, because I feel like if you want to select a range and it just so happens that the first element in this range is selected, you don't want to skip selecting the rest of them. Well, I guess technically what we should do is we should go, hey, if you select a range and you happen to put the first one there, it's if other dot is none. Okay. Cool. Well, we stick it back on anyway. So we can probably put you here and then say do like maybe that, because that way, like, if you're selecting, if the one that you're trying to select is the actively selected one, it'll remove the actively selected from it. And if there's nothing else, it'll just return. But if there is other stuff, it'll still treat the other stuff as something that needs to be selected, which is may have some weird, quirky behavior. But to be honest, I don't care enough to like mentally map out all the behaviors and see if it's actually going to be a problem or not. Can we? No. I hate that it only applies to. Why? Okay, so let's commit this as clean up entity selection code. Okay. To be honest, I don't care enough about the duplicating to know how, like, to fix it. Like, what else is broken? Like, I just want to keep working on the gizmos, and I shouldn't. See, the issue is that they share a gizmo axes. I'm pretty sure this is shared between both. I was going to add the plane gizmos where you can move in a single plane, but my concern with the plane gizmos is that probably could though. All you need to do is drag trans. Somewhere you've got transform gizmo. I'm going to change this to an enum. Axes and plane. Right. So you're the main one, so I'm going to say you can get bugged and not have one. It's not like it makes any kind of difference how I use you. Here. Okay, so in our axes here, we build axes cylindrical, and we're gonna go, hey, you're a gizmo, your axes, you're axes, but I'm also gonna give you another child, dot with child. And this other child's gonna do all exactly the same shit, except we need to make it like a square. We're gonna need a different resource as well. So mesh, add mesh. I want to say plain and just do plain, but or shape doesn't exist. So anyway, we're gonna do a cube. Bevy prelude cuboid. Nude. Right, so X is going to be transform line length times by 0.25. Your Y is going to be transform line length times by 0.25, and your transform line width. Okay, cool. So we have a plane. Plane. Rename. All right. So now I have to get its transform. So he's going to go, hey, can you go vectoring new plane transform line length times 0.125 transform line length times 0.125 and actually Z gets to stay at 0 because right. Does that work? I do not know. I just feel like the colors are going to be slightly different. But I think it's actually technically you're not either, but that's fine. Okay, so what I'm thinking is that when we say transform line, okay. So first things first is to work out if it actually looks like what I think it's going to look like. So how do you do that color? The material clone. Ah, yes. So we pass in the color there. Okay. This is just still such a bad way of doing it. Anyway. So it's going to move. It's time to move Gizmo on and go, hey. So first off, I could probably either make them bigger, which I'm going to make them a third the size instead, but then it also means they don't need to move so far. So plane 3-3-3-3. Now, apparently that's like way too long. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't understand why they've only gone. Because that must be like the half extent. So maybe if we just times 2. Wait, 32. I feel like it's going to make them even further, isn't it? Their color should also just be different, but it's. So you're in the. Okay. one thing, they're in the wrong spots because there needs to be one here, but it's there. So interesting. But which one's in the wrong spot? It's either got to be blue or blue and red. I mean, technically they're all in the wrong spot because the blue one should probably be there. Yeah. Okay. Well, that seems difficult. So, first up, we need your rotation to be, sure. Let's see if that works. So, technically, you shouldn't go up the Y at all. You should go in the Z direction. Anyway. God. Fucking dying. So, first off, we don't need to rotate it, actually. We can just change the axes that we're using. Makes much more sense. So instead of doing that, do this. So this should give us our little squares, you know, little square place. Kind of, not really. Well, the answer is yes, but no. Right, because you're the middle, aren't you? So I feel like your Y is actually supposed to be negative. Line length divided by 2 times by 0.5. No, length. Why am I using the width here? God, these got too many shit. Don't name the fucking same. It's like nearly the same, but it's just all big blocks of blue text to me. Oh god, I'm fucking dying again. Okay. Now let's find out what it looks like. Kind of. I mean, the green one, right? The blue one went the wrong way. And the red one went the wrong way. So they both need to go up in the green axes. up in the green axes. Wait, what? If I just got rid of that bit and just said 0. Oh, that's good. Go on this side of the comment. That would make sense. Right. Oh god. Okay. Suppose if I don't move the Y, that'll be right. That doesn't make sense to me, to be honest. Yeah, no, they're all just wrong. So the Y is definitely correct. Which one of you is wrong? The annoying thing about that is I don't have to hard code into each of them. I'm gonna have to, aren't I? God damn it. So fine. Plain translation. We're just going to take in an axis plane. So, first up, axis y, you should use this one. This is correct. Plane. Axis. Yep, come on. Track. Anything else is just going to be 0. Okay, so now what do we conclude? We need it reckons 0x0y is the correct answer, but I don't think that's right. I think they all need the same one, and then we just need to work out exactly what axes it's wrong on. I think it just needs to go negative in one of them. God damn it. No. Wait. 0 something. Right, they all need this as their fucking baseline. Right, which puts it all in the right plane, and then we're going to say, hey, I think the X needs to go in the negative Z, and then I think you need to be in the negative X. That would be my guess. If not, it's going to be the other way around, because they all need to be at the bottom of themselves, because we're rotating them around a point. Okay. First off, kind of went wrong and wrong, which actually makes perfect sense because, like I said, the other way. So it was correct there and now wrong there, which means it's wrong there and now it's correct there. Right. I think once I got this feature working, I might have to just like commit and then call it for, and like well, at least for today, but like I just can't think clearly enough to get this shit. Hey, okay. Well, first off, why do you work? Right. Because I no distinction between the different types of gizmos. Right. So what we need to do is we need to go, hey, up and down, gizmo move. No, it's in the drag code. Drag. The gizmo move. Here, we need to, when we grab out the axes, can we make sure that this also holds the, I don't remember what it's called, transform gizmo? I think it was, this is what I repurposed. So we say transform gizmo, and then we say axes and gizmo. Pipe. Yep, cool. And then we come down here and we go here. So you or this and this, and in the Y plane, which interestingly means if you're the Y gizmo, interesting. Yeah, I think I'm going to say that it needs like its own entirely different thing. Damn. Is there a way to do this that doesn't require me to? And you can always match axis slash type, and then just go, hey, fucking none and anything doesn't do anything, and all and anything doesn't do anything. So then we say like X and transform gizmo axes. Gizmo axes. Okay. Okay. And then we just pop all these open. So we can make sure I copy everything. We go copy these three. Unreachable pattern. Yeah, how did I manage to do that? That was a bit weird. Very weird. Did I fuck something up, or are they actually still... Okay, weird. Maybe the AI was filling something in there and I didn't notice. Because, yeah, anyway. And you're a plane. No, it's not the underscore, because the underscore is guarded by something else. It has to be a none underscore. It's for some reason, I don't know how I managed it, but when I put axes at the end, it replaced the Y with an X and the Z with an X. So I don't think I was using the AI, but maybe I was, and that was just, it was automatically. Yeah, so the match none underscore means that it was X is not none, so it wasn't mattering. This catches the two variants of none, and it's like, well, neither of those matter. So it was just, yeah, it was, for some reason it replaced them all with X. That was what was wrong. Anyway, so we're going to say X plane. And so when you're in the, technically we'll do the Y plane first because that makes sense. So the Y plane, when you're in the Y plane, we want to not do this logic. Maybe, I don't know. So X plane is click direction, click in direction. Click intersects with plane Y. Except I want the normal ladder U to be X. And I'm pretty sure I just want your origin to be Y. No, your origin should probably be X, would be my guess. I actually don't know, but you know. Target transform dot translation.x. I reckon that's where we want that to be. And then we want to say this, and we want to say, hey, your X is... Ironically, your X doesn't change. Your Y is going to be hit Y. And your Z is going to be equal to hit Z. I reckon that's how we do that one. And then the Z's going to be the same thing, where it's going to be, we want you to be in the Z plane. We probably want to say that you're actually 0 and target transform dot translation dot Z. And then duplicate that, come down here, say do X, and then do Y, and X and Y. Like that says that the Z plane, where's a random Y? Okay. I fucked that up, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. Right, so X and Y and Z, and then so U. I want to say when we're doing the Y plane, do we use the cameras normal for the Y plane? Which I think in this case we actually just want these to actually be identical. Let's just copy this, paste this, and then we go, hey, except you set the X to the X and the Z to the Z, leave the Y untouched. And then yeah, you're in the Y plane, please, and then 0 Y. Let's click direction. Maybe. Okay. Don't need any middle. We have to do the gizmo lines. I don't know how we do these. I want to say like I can render a square. Then with that square, did I not set those correctly, or is it just not working? I mean, it's entirely possible that when I spawn them in, I'm still sticking them with the wrong axis type. Yeah, that's your plane. Thank you. That would be appreciated. Yeah, so one of these, I could probably spawn a grid that like indicates what plane you're on. If we have a Blender, how does Blender do it? So we go like A and then G and then go, okay. So basically when you're in, is it Shift A? It just highlights both, okay. So it draws a line that is both, okay. Yeah, let's see, did the actual code work? That's the more important part. And then we grab the blue, and we grab the red. We grab the green, and the blue, we grab the red. Alright, so we just need to fix the fact that it's drawing the wrong draggy line. Now, what actually tells you which draggy line to draw? Which gizmo axis it is. Okay, so then we need to go, hey, please also grab the transform gizmo off it. Yep, transform. We shouldn't have called it transform, but anyway. So everything else can stay the same, except obviously, like, we need to match the transform. Yeah, because if it's an axis, we draw a line from negative to positive infinity, and the color is axis of color, like that. But if it's a plane, apparently plane's not a gizmo. Area? Nope. Well, I mean, technically we could just do this and then oh, actually no, because it's a different color. It's so your axis dot color, but then you'd be line. Thank you. We need the other two axes, I'm pretty sure, because when you are in the XY axes, or even in the Y plane, you're actually drawing on the XZ axes, which means that we would actually need to use the other two axes colors. So you need to like let A and B equal axes dot complement we've got plain colors, draw a line A and then draw a line B, except it's not. Okay, fine. We're going to say plane, which is A and B, and then we're going to say plane A dot color, and then it's B dot color. Yeah, so I could also just render a box that's a mix of the colors, but I feel like that might be that might be more confusing. Oh god, sorry for the fucking coughing, it's just slowly dying. No, not gizmo assets, we want to go to the gizmo axes. Come down here and be like, oh fuck. Not a color. Oh fuck. What? None just returns none. Alright. No, why would you? No, your X. You require Y, Z. Your X, Z, then your Y. I guess no, it'll be X, Y. It makes literally no difference, but alphabetical. Okay, so we got plane and we go. Okay, so it should render 2 lines, maybe. The interesting part about this though is going to be like if you saw in Blender when we grab and then we like shift Y, the 2 lines are in fixed position. That makes sense. Grab shift G, no shift X. Like the 2 lines are, it doesn't matter where I move it, the 2 lines are fixed. Whereas I'm fairly sure I have my lines physically parented to the thing that's moving. So, oh no, never mind. Ta-da! I do feel like it'd be nice if I could do like an infinite grid like they've got here. But like with checkered lines or something. Ta-da! Okay. I mean, it is perfect. I did not intend for that. I actually thought that I was somehow parenting these, but no. they're just randomly floating, which I guess probably makes a bit of sense. How do I spawn these? I'm sure I just call spawn, don't I? Spawn. When do I do it? Probably inside drag. We do our drag lines. Clean up. Yeah, we just call spawn, and we just never give them a parent. So it makes sense that they just float in there. That's kind of cool. All right, we have to commit that, and then I'm going to call it a day because I am dying, and I like need to go like, lay down, go eat something and lay down. All right, added plane or transform on plane to gizmo. I can't be bothered. I'll check it. There we go. Maybe we should go to a pull request. Okay. I don't remember how to do this. Go to my repository. You should see some of my other streams. It's more like I've got a cold and I really should have been like laying in bed all day. I had already had 2 days off this week from work because this cold's been fucking kicking my ass, and it's not exactly been restful weekend. Sync fork, contribute, open pull, no. Oh god, please don't tell me that I fucked this up. Main. How have I done this? Please no. Please no. I have a feeling that I did my changes and somehow I fucking onto the wrong branch. Away. How do I make this go back to? I could have sworn I. Why? Why are you like this? Why? What have I done? Yeah, but that's I went out of my way to make sure I was on the fucking Bevy branch and the. Wait, what? You know what? That's even more confusing. How did I end up back on the main branch then? Because what I need to do is somehow like Don't make me do this again. This is gonna be cancer. But what we do is we work out some kind of way of being like dependencies. We go, hey, can I like copy all the shit from here and put it in here? Right. Who knows how long? Oh no, don't do that because it's got the fuck. Yes. Don't bring the target across or the assets to be honest, but. Right, come in here and delete target because that's going to be lots of gigabytes and we don't need to move all those gigabytes across. So now cut all of this stuff and then paste it all here. It should take like way less time because it's not fucking 25 gigabytes. Right, and then replace. Right, then I should be able to swap branches and then copy make it across. Very stupid. Right, so then if I go, oh, did I cut? That wasn't the plan. All right, whatever. Sure, copy. It's probably the cutting that made it take so long. Just trying to fucking. All right, are you gonna work now? There we go. Okay, so then we go, hey, take me to Bevy 13. This is dumb, so dumb. I think this is still the wrong branch though. I think it's still going to be broken and it's going to annoy the shit out of me. Anyway, so then we go back to the copy here and we go, hey, can I copy all but the get across? Right, bring, just go back to here. It's replace. Okay. Go, hey, you detected 18 changes. I broke history. Okay. Okay. Right. So can I contribute? Because I don't know what I changed. I should probably maybe before I do this just like we have to recompile the stuff, but be like fixed some good stuff. I am few things straight. So sorry. For ramble. The get history is little boy. And I Okay. So what did we even actually do? Up selection code. Make both gizmos use observers, not system watches. What else we do? We added line axes, axis, and you line when using lock axes. Added plane transform. Gizmo can move into C but not. What's that? Selection code. Code. One event using instead of 5 event. Using 2 observers instead of 5 events. I don't remember what else I did. We got a comment saying I broke the history. Yep. What the hell did I change? Why is everything like so broken? Just randomly click around until I find stuff that I changed. Yeah, so it's got this bit. That was the added plane transformation gizmo. Can move into axes, but not the. To be honest, I'm like legitimately drawing a blank. If I go back in the fucking stream, just I have no idea what I did. I'm gonna call that fine. Because I am dying, and I need to go to sleep. See, one of the bigger issues I have, which hopefully the fact that it says merge branch, this like it's actually going to work properly, but they moved the branch while I was working on it. Because I was working on main, and they're like, we should be doing it in dev, and then they moved it to dev, and then they moved it to 013 and 016. And the issue is that when they did that, something broke in terms of like what came across. In that, if we go to Tommel here, this was all like wrong for me. Like it was all still 014, and so it's like it was all just weirdly broken, and I had to merge it into mine. Funny. Anyway, thanks for joining in the stream. It's fun. And I'm gonna go have something to eat and go to sleep. So thank you. I gotta remember to pause OBS this time so that it doesn't randomly start a stream up in the middle of the night like it did fucking yesterday.